cage, wavelength weighing heavy cause I can't make my dreams up. About time I get the damn game straight.
What was that?
Still can't account for the space that it takes up and the pressure getting pressed. Do you feel it now? What even happens next? I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Yeah. Pressure, you feel it now? I'm just saying, this is what I've been saying.
I could be it doesn't say anyone's in here yet. I don't know why.
Now it's not cool. Politicians stay lying. Run around kowtowing to a fake tyrant. Barely even trying to go along when he say so. Sweet eyes dying inside just to stay close. Trying to tell you what it is, but it ain't though. It ain't dope, but the pay's so deep. Pressure so thick that you can't go sleep. Gotta stay working 8 days per week. Still steady looking for a vacancy. I need a vacation. Maybe to a beach with a nice location. Air full of peace and my mind so vacant. Still can't account for the space that it takes up. In a brain cage, wavelength weighing heavy cause I can't make my dreams up. About time I get the damn game straight for my damn namesake. Everything wanna go to shit when I finally get my motherfucking pace up. Gotta face it. Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next? I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure, you feel it now? Feel the pressure, I'm getting used to it.
I did say hi. I said, for some reason, at first it wasn't showing me that you were here in the live, but I see you now.
Either break down or break it down to a two-step. Bring the price down on the crown, can't lose that. Couple points on the downslide, and I'm in who's that? Loose lips, sink shit with the crews on deck. No use, no splits, just lose on the bet.
Kinda like how that light looks up there.
Things get worse than better, I guess. If they're doing better, then just tell them I'm best. If they don't like the message, I just said it in jest. Under their umbrella, you gon' still get wet. Even under pressure, still said it with my chest. Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next? I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure, you feel it now?
What up? What's up, Emo Musk? What's up, Mr. Possessive? Yeah, I'm doing good, Emo. I'm just freaking chilling. Is this the first time you've been on a live? I don't think I've seen you on one of these before. Yeah, I'm chilling. I just dropped this song on streaming platforms, Pressure. So I'm trying to hype that up. I'm probably gonna sit on here and do some other writing stuff. We chilling. I'm just a little sleepy at the moment. But I just took a nap. That's how wrecked my sleep schedule is I took a nap at like 12 a.m. I woke up at 2 a.m. Do I have any Amiri? No, but I have Amira. I have one Amira. I mean, there's that too. These things compound.
I think she wanna kill me.
I didn't even mean to play this one, but
I just thought that we were cool, but the way she tried to do me, I ain't lying, she got something else other than.
What are you asking me? I'm your mommy. You asking me to play that? I'm not gonna play recommendations.
I thought she could too, turn a single to a Lucy. To a soggy cigarette.
No, I don't. I haven't used a bong in a while. I wasn't that good at keeping them clean. Bongs require a lot of maintenance, honestly. What's lame, Joe Burrow? Bongs are best. I've smoked them for a while. I don't know.
What a funny idea. You and me.
Is your alcohol cleaning a bong? Yeah, it depends on what kind of bong it is, though. Some of them are harder to clear than others. I definitely am more of a blunts person, but these days I smoke vapes more than anything.
She give a certain type of toothache. And when I tell her nothing new this week, she wanna see me in my peak. Before we run out of ideas, make sure you factor in the re-up.
What's up, Alberto? How you doing?
It all ended with the flop. Put us all in the pot. Man, the time won't stop. Stir us up until it pop. And then take it from the top. It ain't too late to talk this out. Call me when you're on your way to me. I hate feeling like I lost you now. There really ain't something in that.
Yeah, I mean, vapes have their own implications for your health, but I agree with you. And also, what I noticed is that when I went back to like burning more flower, it just became too much of an imposition. I was like, you smell more, and it's like, you know, it fucks with your like work shit, you know what I mean? Showing up or like smoking at work is like not a good idea, but it's so easy to fall into that habit. And yeah, so I do still like to actually smoke, but decent regulations. So what kind of regulations do you think would make vapes better in America? Also, are you in America? That's what I'm saying. You gotta smoke at work. It's easier when you can just hit a magic fucking weed pen that, you know, exists and doesn't exist at the same time.
I've been living out a dream like it's no sweat. Playing out a playbook that they don't know yet. No stress to it, quiet as it's close kept. I'm way too dangerous to ever pose threats.
Yeah, I think the concern with vapes is that we don't fully know the implications of vaping yet. So it's probably better for your lungs in some ways and worse for them in other ways. Yeah, exactly. And even if you can get away with lighting a joint at work, it's just way more likely that you're gonna get caught. You're gonna leave a roach somewhere, it's gonna smell, you're gonna smell. It's just way more conspicuous, you know what I mean? And I can't unsee that. SVS BP16 Ultra Subwoofer. That sounds kind of sick. Smoking doinks at work. I mean, we've all done it. We've all done it. You smoke meth at work? Well, you maybe have some other problems. Smoking doinks at work. Yeah, I've never drank at work. Maybe a tiny bit, but I've never been a big drinker. No, Mr. Anderson, you should not smoke weed at work. I'm just a security guard at an empty building overnight, so I don't think nobody's gonna die in the immediate sense if I'm high at work. Except maybe me. I'm the most likely person to die. So like, I'll take that risk. Bust the flow. This is me rapping right here. Saima's creativity. Happy birthday. You throw a warehouse party there? Not likely, but I'll see what I can hook up. religious experiences that are connected to psychedelics. I think they are interesting and mysterious. Whether it's real or connected to something real has yet to be determined. But I'm definitely like on that type of wavelength. But I don't know. I think it can the importance of that sort of thing can be a little bit overstated. Contractor building my house. I think a contractor building my house is probably okay to be a little high. It says Monaco. It's some movie or something. I don't know. These aren't my posters. You're a police officer in Atlanta? He's out. We don't fuck with police in this chat. You can suck my balls. Okay, Amira. This live is just about my music, and we just talk politics a little bit and talk about whatever.
Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Yeah.
Everybody go stream my new song Pressure. It's out on all platforms. Yes, I produce the beats.
Now it's not cool, politicians stay lying. Running around kowtowing to a fake tyrant. Barely even trying to along when he say so. Sweet eyes dying inside just to stay close.
No, I use Logic. I just chop shit up manually in Logic.
Pressure so thick that you can't go sleep.
Maybe Howling Baits. I don't know. It depends on what your definition of normal is. No, I'm not going to play any requests. That's cool, Jennifer. What are you saying? You could probably make that sign yourself, Mr. Possessive.
What even happens next, I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure you feeling now. Feel the pressure, I'm getting used to it. No point depressing, better put some use to it. Make a new mess and get screwed.
Mine University, no.
Let it get to me, let my mood move through it. So much hanging on my head, my
British hip hop D&B soul, but not in the usual way. So what kind of way? Oh, you said bit of soul. So what type of way?
No use, no splits, just lose on the bet. Tune a guitar, but who's on the fret? Things get worse than better, I guess. If they're doing better, then just tell them I'm best. If they don't like the message, I just said it in jest. Under their umbrella, you gon' still get wet. Even under pressure, still said it with my chest. Pressure getting pressed.
Groove Armada sounds familiar. Working with the black guy from Groove Armada, that's an interesting way to put that. Does he have a name?
Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure you feeling now.
You might not consider yourself someone who cares about a rap song. That's
Man, shut up. Super styling.
Shouting in the void like who am I?
Hell yeah, Lunta.
Who am I kidding? I'm just doing what I'm made to do. Machine learning how we're moving. Now we're making changes to it. You surprised
So true, you almost.
I was changing you. An honor to be included in the phenomenon.
Do you have any work out with them, Jennifer?
Elon is running shit like marathons. Towards civil war that's turning Teslas to automatons. It ain't what it used to be, not nearly. You're ready for the dead internet theory. It wasn't what it is, not really. Page after page, killing time quickly. Can't believe everything you see clearly. You're ready for the dead internet theory. What you really, really means not married. Conspiracies and dead internet theories. They used to say it was dangerous playing on the internet. back when it was way less intimate. Now it's part of every part of life, like Voltron, the bane of humanity without a pulse on it.
I have not really read Alan Watts. I've heard a little bit of his stuff. Pizza hobby or making a living? No, it's not a living, but that's what I'm shooting for. And I'm more interested, I'm not really interested in making beats a career. It's more rapping and just music in general. I also do a podcast that currently is doing better than the music. It all feeds off of each other.
Feeding off originality. It ain't what it used to be, not nearly. You ready for the dead internet theory? Is it what it is? Not really. Page after page, killing time quickly. Can't believe everything you see clearly. You ready for the dead internet theory? What you read it what it means, not leery. Conspiracies and dead internet theories.
Tonight, turn down the noise of the day.
I sing a little bit,
on the rest.
but I mostly rap.
AGZ, the nightly drink for winding down and resting up. New from AG1. AGZ.
Trying to find this one thing I was writing on stream the other week. Maybe it's in here. You're cute. I think you misunderstood. Okay, idea. Create a new channel that focuses on SoundCloud artists. Get them to agree on Creative Commons publication on YouTube. Live stream at least a day without repetition. People will come to you simply to share their music and you can do some monetization. So you're saying play the music or like review it? One thing, a lot of people end up doing the like listen to people's music and review it type of thing. I'm not really into that. It's an easy way to monetize, but that's not really what I want to do. Is that what you're referring to? Or you're saying like play people, like gather people's music and play it live stream? Where was that? Who asked me about my hip hop influences? Oh, who are my hip hop influences? Hip hop influences are like Atmosphere, Slug, A$AP Rock, MF Doom, Nas, Jay-Z. Jay-Z's a huge influence. Fucking different people from the New York scene. The Minneapolis scene, like the Rhymesayers scene, definitely impacted me a lot. Obviously Eminem, especially in his sort of peak. I like Griselda a lot. There's this artist named Al Divino that I like a lot, who's on the sort of underground tip. Lungs and Fick are great. Yeah, I was actually born in New York. I don't ever remember living there because we moved when I was too young, but I was born in Brooklyn. The underground tip. Getting people who are like you and create playlists and long videos mixed together. Oh, yeah, I like that idea. It would be a lot of licensing. If I would do that, I'd probably do it on my own channel, honestly. It's not a bad idea. But it would all get kind of confusing. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Mr. Possessive. But I don't really claim New York because I feel like that's lame. But it's definitely there on a spiritual level. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. You're from New York, or you live in New York right now, or are you in Jersey right now? I know you said you were out in LA for a while. I wonder what this beat is called. That's right. That's what I thought. Damn, I am tired today. So what's going on in the world of internet politics? Anything interesting to talk about? I still have time to make a podcast tonight if I want to, but I was probably just going to do this stream instead. Nothing really popped up as that interesting to talk about. I know the hostages are being released. Shit's getting more intense in Chicago and Portland too, probably. Is there anything like messy that I can use to get into those subjects? What's up, Bloodline Chess? This on cultural, ideological topics have taken space from bread and butter topics. What do you mean by that? And like what space? You mean like in politics in general? Right, yeah, the Chapel Roan thing. That's something. Last time I talked about Chapel Roan, it flopped. But I could try it again though. I've been rewarded more lately for talking about everything is playing those pro ICE ads. I've seen those everywhere. Trump did not in Nobel Prize. So true. He wanted it. He wanted that Nobel Prize. Hell yeah, Zen. Talk about Chapel Roan? I don't know if there's enough there. She just said fuck ICE on stage. She didn't really say anything that interesting. Huge difference between American and European leftists. Like, social democrats are all about the welfare state here. USA seems too busy with culture war nonsense topics. Social democrats are all about the welfare state here. Where's here? Where do you live again? No, I saw that they responded. How did they respond? They responded with like a tweet, right? Occupy movement. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. That's who we're getting off our street. The Department of Homeland Security responded, Pink Pony Club is good. Pedophiles are bad. That's who we're getting off our streets. Get a grip. Just a straight up lie from them. Yeah, I don't know if there's enough there. Maybe. I'll think about it. I'm thinking, I'm processing. What I really need to do is write. I need to write this verse and sort of song that I've been procrastinating about. I got this fucking co-op out in Africa that's trying to work with me, and I've been putting off writing this fucking songs. Yeah, it's pretty horrific response, but it's also pretty run of the mill for them. Ice claps back at Chapel Run. Yeah, I saw that. What's up, Slim Richmond? Outcharted Ice. Ice is in their flop era. Ice is fully an industry plant, I think. Like, those streams have to be botted. What's up, Abdul Malik? Sure, Amira. Wow, that's crazy. Why, are you leaving, Amira? Why? Oh, you're responding to that. Smiles by who? The left in USA seems more defined by cultural liberalism than social democracy in Western Europe. It's the other way around. Mamdani seems like an exception. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Musk. I don't know exactly. I think that everything is like that in America. It's all entertainment. And America is just an entertainment country. And so it's like, I think that there's a way to repackage the, I think a lot of people have missed out on what like social democracy is about, or democratic socialism is about, because the sort of culture war stuff is more entertaining. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember when Chappelle brought out Elon Musk. Yeah, I saw the thing about Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau. Yeah, I agree with you, Charlie. Too nice. It's not even really that strange. That's just, I mean, that's elite culture for you. It is what it is. That's like the elites from like a generation back. And they're both basically retired now, so whether they want to be or not. So they're perfect for each other. What the fuck was this song, this beat called? We're just having fun. Yeah. She dated Russell Brand. Russell Brand and Justin Trudeau is a crazy list. What are we doing? Do I think aliens are real? I feel like someone always asks me this. I don't know, probably. Corporatists and APAC bought politicians out. There's no democracy if money can buy politicians. Yeah, I agree with you, Elon Musk. It seems like things are moving in a direction where APAC Democrats. I think APAC is going to become a real liability for Democrats going forward, and that's what I hope for. Is that like people at large, even people who are less politically inclined, will know enough to reject or at least be distasteful towards Democrats that are supported by AIPAC. And I think that alone would get us pretty far. Because anybody who's willing to reject AIPAC is probably going to be pretty straight-headed on other issues. You didn't get 3D glasses? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about that show? Y'all are always talking about some bullshit. I would not say Russell is a saint. I'll say he's more like a shameless grifter. That's cool. Coming to California, bro. Come find me, bro. Did I talk about the Nobel Peace Prize? I haven't talked about. I've mentioned it briefly. It's not something that would like bring in a huge amount of viewership. It'd be fun to talk about though. Is there something? Maybe somebody's comments about that. Is there somebody who said something about that or something like that that I could use to get into it? Can't own guns in Cali. Some people do, Charlie. I am a little sleepy. Why is there a lot of violence in the USA? I don't know. Mostly because of guns. While that Israel's funding far-right reactionary voices. Yeah, there is the thing that, maybe that would be a good angle, is the thing that Ben Shapiro's been talking about how the right is being taken over by, like, conspiracy theorists, as though he didn't help and doesn't employ some of those conspiracy theorists. Ryan, are you asking me? Native Americans are being detained by ICE? I mean, I think it's pretty clear what that says. They're just racist. They're just arresting anybody they can. They'd probably deport Native Americans if they could. I'm sure they already have at this point. Charlie, why are you incriminating yourself on my stream? Is there anything else you would like to talk about than guns, my friend? She did. And that's okay. So you're pro-gun, anti-ICE. Are you pro-immigration enforcement, Charlie? Yeah, he's into his personal Gestapo. I think it already is. It is his personal Gestapo. It'll be interesting once ICE, I say interesting, it'll be interesting once they extend their purview into arresting people who are ideologically unfavorable to the administration and say that that's part of immigration and customs enforcement. Giving that such a broad name might really come back to bite. Not that it matters. Yeah, Amir, just start. You know, I can help you get it all set up and stuff. You just gotta record some ideas and then we can figure it out from there. Cadillac, I don't know. Okay, Charlie, I don't really want to talk about your gun connection anymore. Or your gun collection. Yeah, that's what I keep telling her, Mr. Possessive. I think she just, she's got the takes. You just gotta start talking. That's how all this stuff works. Is that, like, before you start, you're like, I don't know what to say. But if you just, like, start talking about things, you'll you find it as you go. Weapons by Ava Max. Sorry it's been silent, guys. I'm looking for this one very specific beat, and I can't find it. Is it really at 35K, Amira? I've played chess a little bit. Not really. I haven't played it in years. I wouldn't mind playing some more. My game is really pool. I love pool. Yeah, I wonder what would happen if you put that on YouTube, Amira. You should try that. Yeah, Charlie, too nice. I agree with you that everybody needs to be better educated. You know that's a matter of state funding, right? So are you in support of state funding for various education programs, especially for professionals? Ironically, the same movement that GOP nurtured, all because a black man was elected president. Yeah. Although I would say it's deeper than a black man being elected president, although I think that's part of it, but I think it's also it was a reactionary movement against the idea that they would be taxed more at all. You could argue it was kind of a reactionary movement against, like, the Occupy Wall Street movement. You know what I mean? It was the rich defending themselves, and that's ultimately what created the GOP that we have now. It's just like shameless protection of, the hoarding of wealth. So yes, it was reactionary to Obama being a black man, but also I think it was just purely, it's because they saw the writing on the wall that people wanted a more egalitarian society and wanted them to be taxed more, and so they beat us to the punch, frankly. Not that one. Hi, Landon. Lintha, I never understood how people are convinced the best way to stop gun violence is to put more guns on the street. Yeah, I agree with you, Lintha. I think that's insane. I think at this point we're at the point of no return. There's just too many fucking guns in American society, and nobody seems to want to do anything about it. Figuring out how to navigate in an elegant way like Eb. It comes with time. You got to just start trying it, and I think you'll find yourself able to navigate those topics a lot better than you think, because you already know about it. Like, you know how to talk about these things. Obama killed more people than Bush. That's not true. The war Bush started killed like 1 million people. But I mean, I understand your sentiment, but As far as the numbers go, active politically. Yeah, I try to stay active politically. I would consider running for local office. I don't know that I'm the best suited for it, but I would be down for that, yeah. What I'm trying to do is figure out different ways to connect the content to you know, like actual political causes. You know, like you mentioned Kat Vu. And I like a lot of things about what she's doing. I like that she's funding a campaign on streaming. I like that she is combining her campaign effort with mutual aid. I think that's a great fucking idea. I don't know the ins and outs of how she's doing that, but like that's the type of model I would look to. Like how to combine what I already do with sort of like mutual aid effort and community response efforts is probably what I think I'm more interested in that than running for office, but I am sort of interested in it. Charlie, too nice. Do I make beats? Yeah, I make beats and music. Good morning, bunnies. Landon, I mean, right now, the problem is that the people who have all the guns are the ones who are backing the government repression. And the people who have been arguing against guns and owning guns are the ones who are being targeted by that. So that is a big, that's where I think the anti-gun activists have fucked up, is that we are now incredibly vulnerable to repression by the state. And there's that thing of like, well, when the government comes for you, you're not gonna be able to fend them off with guns. And that's true, but you know what? I'd feel a lot better being, you know, somebody that might be targeted by ICE or the state. You know, the more armed I am. And I think there's some real truth to the fact that people who are better armed are definitely lower on the list of priorities of people who they want to go after. And so I think in a way the gun activists were right. They ended up being the ones who are also doing the state repression, which really isn't that surprising. Good morning, bunnies. You wanted to run against Jim Jordan? Why didn't you, bunnies? Obama did, in fact, deport, I believe, people at a higher rate than Trump. Biden did as well. Obama got a lot of shit for his deportation record. I think that he went about it in a way that's better than I don't support the deportation agenda in general. I think Obama felt a lot of pressure to be tough on immigration. Kamala Harris tried the same playbook and failed miserably, which to me shows that the tough on immigration thing was never that necessary. And ultimately, the major failure of Obama is that he set up the systems that are now being used for even more draconian repression. All right, see you, Emo. Bunnies, you said you didn't run because of fear. Fear of what? Ex-brother-in-law is running for Florida Attorney General. In a good way or a bad way? Cool Florida Attorney General or evil Florida Attorney General? Carnegie family. Is there a political system that works? I mean, yeah, I think a lot of the systems overseas work better than what we're doing. But they're all flawed. There's no doubt about it. I don't know if it suffices to say that the immigration issue is being funded by Carnegie or somebody else, although it is. But I think it's a bigger, more geopolitical issue than that. And it's only going to get worse. People are going to flee where they're at. They're going to come to countries like America. Places like America are going to become even more racist and start blaming the deteriorating conditions caused by climate change on the refugee crisis created by that same climate change. That's sort of what we're in for. And I don't know that what billionaires can do is fund reactionary propaganda to that effect, but I don't know that they're the ones creating the problem. There is a bigger problem happening. immigration was a winning linchpin for Trump, but Kamala tried to moderate on that issue and be tough on immigration, and it was a failure. The only other thing, she either could have done something completely different on that issue, or she could have tried to go further right like Trump, and she definitely would have lost even more if she had done that. And so the only other option is to do something genuinely progressive and like try to create a bold solution. But I think there was a sense that if she said anything that could be interpreted as being like too overly empathetic to illegal immigrants, that would play badly in the election. And I think that was a mistake because she failed to distinctify herself from Trump. The bet was if we moderate ourselves on all issues, including immigration, people who don't want to vote for Trump because he's too scary will vote for me. That was a failed strategy. And she should have done something more creative. Yeah, you're correct about that, Ryan. If there's an asteroid heading to Earth, do we unite as a planet? No chance. Not a chance in hell. We can't even agree on what the shape of the Earth is. We can't even agree that outer space exists. When the Cheetah Girls went there? Yeah, I kind of want to go to Spain. Barcelona sounds nice. I don't know if your guys' system has collapsed, Landon. Yeah, that is the point of don't look up. What is this damn beat called? It's caffeine for sure, but it's like one of these energy drinks. I definitely have an addiction to those things. Go to the north to places like Santander. Why is Santander better, Ryan? Could a government body actually make things better? Yeah, absolutely. From what I've seen, government investment in different things is the way to go. And this idea of austerity, or that you need some kind of like business style return for that investment, I think has crippled America. And governments that invest in education, governments that invest in publicly owned resources, publicly owned spaces, training for people like someone said earlier who I kicked out because he said something racist. Like those type of things, it tends to work. But the problem is that you just have to keep dumping money into it. It's hard. It's hard to create a system of doing that. But if you create a balance where people fund that sort of thing through taxes, and there is a return that comes to society through stabilization of society, then it's worth it. And you do have to spend money on these programs, and you have to find a way to do it sustainably. But I mean, I think that's the recipe to a stable society. And I think going the austerity route or trying to be repressive on immigration and stuff is the wrong direction. This Us thing is getting in my head. What's that? Is that a song? Oh, the US thing is getting in your head. Yeah, I think about leaving often. I do kind of want to leave the US. Part of me feels like if I left, I wouldn't be able to come back for a while. Money goes to any failed programs through taxes. Sort of, yes and no. Some of the best programs we have are some of the best funded ones, like Social Security, even Medicare and Medicaid. There's a reason that even the austerity politicians can't touch these programs. It's because they work and people depend on them. So, I think like Medicare for All and the logic of different programs like that is, the only way to go. and like probably we're moving towards some kind of universal basic income funded by corporate profits, tech profits. At least I would hope that that's where things are going. And yeah, I mean, the only way to stabilize society is to mutually fund things that benefit everybody, like education, sanitation, stuff like that. There's no way around it. I think there's a lot of good things about America that are easy to take for granted when you're here. There are still things that make America great in comparison to other countries. But yeah, it's like our culture has gone completely off the rails. We have failed our people in terms of creating like a safe, sustainable society. I'm writing some raps. I'm trying to find this fucking beat that I wrote to so I can keep writing this shit. Here, I'll play my song again. Go stream Pressure, out now on all streaming platforms. Pressure by Eb&Flow. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
Pressure get pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next, I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Yeah, pressure, do you feel it now? I'm just saying, this is what I've been saying.
It's not recent,
Think of all the
Amira.
years these bricks been laying. Think of all the kids in schools been slaying. And now it's not cool, politicians stay lying. Running around kowtowing to a fake tyrant. Barely even trying to go along when he say so. Sweet eyes dying inside just to stay close. Trying to tell you what it is, but it ain't dope. It ain't dope with the pay so deep. Pressure so thick that you can't go sleep. Gotta stay working 8 days per week. Still steady looking for a vacancy. I need a vacation. Maybe to a beach with a nice location. Air full of peace and my mind so
Thanks,
vacant.
Noah.
Still can't account for the space that it takes up in a brain cage. Wavelength weighing heavy.
I agree with you, Mr. Possessive.
About time I get the damn game straight.
It's hard to imagine what is going to, like, where the bottom is. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, how bad is this shit gonna get?
I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed.
I'm tempted to agree with you, Ryan, but I also think that it is hard to discern propaganda between America and China. I don't know. I think China has succeeded in the method of, like I said, investment. They also have a decent amount of capitalism there. But I think, I think the totalitarian nature of that society is definitely considerably different from what we experience in America. Obviously, we're going in that direction. We're going in a one-party authoritarian direction in America. But, I don't know. People I've talked to in China say it's chill. But there's other people who've grown up there that, don't think it's very chill. And same in America. People who are from here are fucking sick of it. So it's like, I think it goes both ways, I would say America and China are probably the two most comparable and competitive nations on the world stage. China has riots happening? Is that true? Yeah, you're right, Mitchell. Propaganda, those yiddies. Right, like, are we gonna keep falling forever and not in the fun? Yeah, well, it just depends on what we do, Mr. Possessive, and how we handle it. I don't know, what about India? Thanks, no, I appreciate you.
I'm looking for light in a golden hour. All I keep seeing is open mouths. Telling me this way, that way. Anything that I say, they say. Telling me that's not okay. It's still in my sauce like Studio Ghibli. And when it's said and done, y'all gon' miss me. What changed? It ain't no mystery. Keep throwing those shots, won't hit me. I've been knowing it's this deep. Just keep stealing my sauce like Studio Ghibli. Stealing my sauce like ChatGPT. Keep stealing my sauce like stealing my sauce like stealing my sauce like Studio Ghibli. Stealing my sauce like Studio Ghibli. I'm saving my breath for the occasion. I gotta defend my vocation. I'm pulling in breath from my brainwaves. Can't put your hands on my imagination. Can't steal my indignation. When your platform selling your snake.
Finally,
These scumbags
found the beat I was looking for.
Replace this impersonation.
till now, it's been holding me down. I'm looking for light in the golden hour. All I keep saying is, we should be looking to China for ideas. China has a lot better ideas in many aspects than we do. A lot of black market financing. Yeah, I buy that, Mr. Manifest. It's definitely. Would I rather live in India or China, or why? I don't know enough about India and how their society's set up. I'm curious about living in China. Yeah, they do. Because China's investing. They're investing in medicine. They're investing in education. They're investing in public transportation. All of these things lift people out of poverty. The idea that like everybody in China is living under this like state repression and can't do anything and they're all slaves is not true. To what extent they experience like freedoms in their personal life, I don't really know. But I know that there's opportunity there, and I know that the government invests in things for the better of all people. And it's one of the things that socialist and communist nations do that capitalist nations don't, is they invest in people, they invest in education, they invest in medicine. And because of that, they're better on those things than the glorious land of America. Dude's kind of cool. Landon, where are you getting this stuff from? Cronies, I gotta go back a little bit. Amira, you hope it's not possible for Trump to be in power forever? I think that the midterm election is going to happen. The idea that there's not going to be a midterm election, I think, is, unlikely. So what happens in that midterm election is going to determine a lot. There's going to be a lot of interference. There's probably going to be a lot of fear-mongering. But I suspect that outside of redistricting, there's not that much they can do to repress the results of an election in the short term. The presidential election is a different story. So I think that the fear of Trump calling martial law and trying to suspend the elections or something is a real fear. I think it's better that he views martial law as leverage. Well, if I have to, I can just declare a state of emergency, call martial law, then I can do whatever I want, which isn't technically true, but it's true enough. He views that as the scary thing that he has to hold over everybody's head. So I think it's better, if he's going to do that, I think it's better for him to do it sooner than later, because once he does it, he's out of leverage. And just because he's called martial law and is trying to repress everybody in the country doesn't mean he's going to be able to do it. So what I fear is that if things kind of go along at the state that they're at, and then Trump has consolidated enough power by the time the presidential election rolls around, that he could do something really crazy like suspend the elections or call martial law right before that and suspend the elections or whatever. That is a real fear. So what happens in the meantime between now and close to the next election is going to determine how much we're looking at like a real dictatorship. And so there needs to be resistance to the consolidation of power. And, we got to do everything we can and hope that this next round of elections goes reasonably well. And, if Democrats are able to take back some of Congress, that could reshape the political situation instantly. I do think that Trump feels, he probably feels like he can't let that happen. So it depends on what the wave of resistance to Trump looks like in the midterm election. Is it going to be so many people that it overwhelms their effort to suppress the vote, throw out votes, whatever other fuckery they want to pull? I think it's entirely likely that the people could overwhelm whatever their effort to subvert the election is. I think Trump is probably going to pull out more stops to subvert the next presidential election because that's what he feels more personally threatened by. And so our best hope is to take back some power in the midterm elections. If we don't do that, or if something crazy happens surrounding those midterm elections, I don't know what the answer is. But that's, you know, I do think the midterm elections are going to happen, and there's a good chance that the GOP will lose ground there. But it just depends on how much rigging they can do in the meantime. You believe he's going to use ICE to disrupt elections in blue states? I mean, there's a real threat of that for sure. How successful that, I mean, think about how many people you would need for that. It's a lot. So the question is, would they be able to do that enough to suppress an overwhelming swoosh of people? Swoosh was a terrible word to use, but thanks, Mr. Possessive. I don't know about all that. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, especially if Corporal, if they keep going with this narrative about illegal immigrants voting, it's very likely that could be a big target of, like, we have to send ICE. ICE is gonna, you know, threaten and harass people. But again, it's like, can they do that in every blue state at once? I mean, they're gonna focus on the important ones like New York and California, but then at the same time, what they really need is the swing states. So are they gonna have enough? That's what they're going to be focusing on, is trying to expand and consolidate that power so that they can carry out operations in all these blue cities at once for the next election. But I don't know that they're going to succeed in that. Is Joe Rogan a moral coward? Of course he is. Do I think Trump will die soon? I hope so. I don't know. I think he probably has more fucking he's probably got more battery in him than any of us want to think. Ryan, yeah, I think ChatGPT might be right about that. America, if God is good, and she is. Amira, if God is good, and she is. Is there enough hogs to staff ICE? I mean, there's enough to staff ICE. Is there enough hogs to stack ICE to rig an election? I don't know. Explain in pop terms. So in order for Taylor Swift to stay in power as the queen of pop, because her recent work is so unpopular, basically she needs to retain power in the music industry so that her next album cycle she can continue controlling the masses. But the amount of resistance and viable candidates against her reign of terror that pop up in the meantime is going to determine how viable it is for Taylor Swift to stay in power forever. It's all going to be okay, Amira. I am more afraid of the machine behind Trump, but the problem is that nobody sells that machine better than Trump. And people are already becoming skeptical of Trump in a way that they never have. And so the thing about Trump is that Trump has enabled this right-wing authoritarianism in a way that no one else could. So once Trump is gone, the guarantee that that machine is going to continue working is not promised. Trump is a huge, huge, huge part of it, and it's not a guarantee that somebody else is going to be able to just step into that place. Do I think Trump will die soon? I hope so, but I said before, I think he's probably got more battery in his back than we think. I think that's already been the case. Trump seems to have, like, a lot of energy, just as a person. So I don't know that I would assume he's going anywhere anytime soon. Did Taylor's bass go hard, right? I mean, it's white girls. I get what you're saying. I don't know if that's completely fair to her, though. Yes, Trump will die soon. I think he'll probably die during this term. I think there's a high chance of that. White women vote was roughly 50-50. I think white women might have majority voted for Trump. I don't know that I would lay that at the feet of Taylor Swift, though. Amir, yeah, I think it's likely that he'll die in the first term. I hope so, but yeah, I know it's fucked. It's insane. I can't imagine being anyone and voting for Trump. Yeah, but at the same time, without leadership, when a leader of a movement gets murked or dies, you know, one of the hardest things to do is keep that movement going without them. Oftentimes it fails and the movement falls apart and splits into factions. Based on what I see from MAGA, that's by far the most likely. I don't see anybody, galvanizing the base in the way that Trump does. True to God. I'm so sick of the Christian bullshit, bro. Fuck out of here. God is the only way, blah, 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 blah. I never went to school. Really just handing their body over to him. Fascist spin around. Yeah. I just don't know how, I mean, I think you're right, Corporal. I just don't know how fair it is, because she did endorse Kamala Harris. It was a big controversy. They made a big deal about it. So it's like, could she have done more? Maybe, probably, yes. I don't know. You would have to show me data that shows me a significant portion of Taylor's base voted for Trump. For all we know, that like Taylor's base is the portion of white women that leans liberal. So, yeah, I rap. I'll play the song for you. Thoughts on Jill Stein? I don't know. I'm not impressed by her. I want to believe in the Green Party, but I don't believe in Jill Stein as a leader, even a little bit. This is my song, Richard Jones. Go stream it. No, she doesn't work with Putin, but she's a little sketchy for sure. I know she has connections to Putin. That's not the same as working for him.
Pressure you feeling now. I'm just saying this is what I've been saying. Think of all the years these bricks been laying. Think of all the kids in the schools been slaying. Now it's not cool. Politicians stay lying.
I'm gonna have to go with KFC.
Barely even trying to go along when he say so. Sweet eyes dying inside just to stay close. Trying to tell you what it is, but it ain't though. It ain't dope, but the pay's so deep. Pressure so thick that you can't go sleep. Gotta stay working 8 days per week. Still steady looking for a vacancy. I need a vacation. Maybe to a beach with a nice location.
Gets paid every other week from Crime Run payroll. That's cat. Where are you getting that from?
That it takes up in the brain cage wavelength weighing heavy because I can't make my dreams up. About time I get the damn game straight for my damn namesake. Everything wanna go to shit when I finally get my motherfucking pace up. Gotta face it. Pressure get pressed. Do you feel it now? What even happens next? I don't really know. Voice carries less. Can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure you feeling now. Feel the pressure, I'm getting used to it. No point depressing, better put some use to it.
I love me some mangs, man.
Get screws loose to it. Let it get to me, let my mood move through it. So much hanging on my head, might lose it. Either break down or breaking down in a two-step.
I made the beat, Richard.
Down on the crown, can't lose that. Couple points on the downslide, and I'm gonna lose that. Lose lip sync shit with the crews on deck. No use.
I don't think that's true. That's spatula.
Tuner guitar, but who's on the fret?
I know where you're coming from with the Putin thing. The Putin thing comes from she went to Russia and like sat near Putin in like one meeting that he had with I think some American politicians and different politicians. Mad sketchy, but that was back in 2016. As far as I know, there's no other connections there. So it's like that's part of the reason I'm skeptical of her. but it doesn't mean she's working for Putin. Do I think it was fair? It To Pimp a Butterfly took a few L's that year. It also lost Best Rap Album to Macklemore. So yeah, I think that was a major misstep, and I think they recognized that they fucked up. I think they recognized they fucked up immediately. I can freestyle a little bit. I'm not super well practiced. I'm trying to get back in the groove of it. Yeah, Best Spatula. I am correct about that. But we're both correct that Jill Stein sucks, so we can just sit in that. Am I a skinhead, like a punk skinhead? No, it's not really my thing. Amir, I thought you were talking about Jill Stein. I was about to say that's a great take on Jill Stein. Hell yeah, Zombie. Glad you liked it. Go check that song out on streaming platforms. Pressure by Eb&Flow, out everywhere. It's also on my channel. Democracy is outdated. They're open to fashion. Yeah, for sure. I think the government shutdown is the best development of all of this. It's bad for a lot of federal workers and like for a lot of reasons. And I don't think any of it's good necessarily, but I think they should just keep the government shut down. I think any president who's behaving the way Trump is, the government should come to a screeching halt, and that's it. And yeah, he can still do shit like while government shut down, but it's harder for them. They don't want the government to be shut down, as much as they pretend like they like it. I like Tyler, the Creator. He's not my favorite. I listen to like underground shit like Al Divino, Lungs and Fick, a little bit of Griselda type stuff. I like MF Doom. I like Smino a lot. I think Jid is pretty good. Not my favorite, but I like him. Yeah, I don't know what Jill Stein's deal is, and I don't know why people get behind her so fast. She has to do so little in order to get support, and that's what bugs me about the Green Party. People take a lot for granted. They say like, oh, Democrats are corrupt, Democrats are this, that, they're warmongers, and that's true. But the problem is that the Democrats have a foundation in civil rights that they still uphold to this day, for the most part, and that's why they have such a huge portion of the voter base, even though a lot of them, you know, the younger portion of that base and other parts of it didn't show up in 2024 because Kamala Harris sucked as a candidate. That's one of the benefits to the Democratic Party that the Green Party just doesn't have. They don't have a long-standing commitment to civil rights issues and abortion and stuff like that. And you see that when you, in the things they say weird things. I know Rome Streets. Mainstream what, Richard? Oh, mainstream artists? Hell yeah, Corporal. Am I on SoundCloud? Yeah, I have mostly old music on SoundCloud, but I got some stuff on there under the same name as my channel. Eb&Flow, not Eb Knows Flows. David, let me ease the pain. Hands do what they may. Yeah, let me play some Amira. I'm probably gonna get copyright strikes for this. Watch. Go stream Fantasize by Amira. Mainstream artists? I don't know. Let me think. I probably am gonna get a strike for this. Because being an artist is more connected to the part of the brain that's linked to creativity, creative solutions, lateral thinking as opposed to linear thinking, and also empathy. People who lean to the right tend to lean away from empathy, and empathy is an important part of making good music and art. Yeah. Yeah, like right wing thought processes are more aligned, or they're just less aligned with like good creativity. There's some good artists who lean in that direction, but the further right you lean, probably the more closed-minded you are. It's possibility. Yeah, she's gonna hit me with a season desist. Fuck, she said season desist in the chat. I gotta shut it down. I don't know those guys. Baby, it's your lips. I don't wanna kiss. Just name the time, the place. Don't be afraid. When you pass me by, you'll tell me why I feel a chill, baby. No need, but it sure seems like you've got something you wanna say. Keep it real with me. I don't know how much more I can take. Let's say I came by late at night and you opened your door, and then I told you I like your clothes though. Oh yeah, bunnies. I'm glad you liked it. I don't think I'll do a pod tonight unless something amazing comes across my desk. Ease the pain, hands to what they meant. Why would you lie when you could just lie beside me? Got me fantasizing like you do this. Appreciate your support, bunnies. Self-righteous boomers over the holidays. In general, I think that it's a good thing to, is it a bare light bulb? Yeah, it is. No, it's not. It's a certain kind of light. Boneless bulb. You're not done with me. I'm the only one of me. I don't mean to sound conceited, but I am the sweetest and I am a treat. Okay, enough about me. I know this wouldn't be easy, but you're giving me reasons to believe that you're feeling ways you never. I got you, Mr. Manifest. Give me a second. I can already tell. Does it feel good to be alone? No, stressing. I want to start on your phone. Let it go to ringtone, but I can tell. The mirror knows. Just want passion. But you've been hurt, so you're being really passive. I know you're acting, you're too attractive. Now let me hold you and show you how good you can have it. That's good, Best Spatula. I'm jealous. Yeah, also Luntha, personality. One thing that I've found to be true over the years is that like different personality traits line up with right or left. And it's not always like just a straight up bad thing, like people who are mean and bad lean to the right, although there's an aspect of that. But like people who are open-minded and creative-minded tend to lean to the left, but they also tend to be less conscientious. People who are conscientious, in other words, like really consistent and hardworking, lean to the right because it's a little bit more of a straightforward thought process. And so a lot of right-wing people, the grip that right-wing propaganda has on them that people from the left have trouble chipping away at is it's this very straightforward logic. People are here illegally. They came here. If they came here legally, that would be fine, but they're here illegally, so it makes sense to remove them. So they don't think about how it affects people's lives, what it actually looks like to arrest and remove people, what it looks like to mass round people up and remove them from the country. They lack that empathy and that ability to like think across different types of life experiences. And, but having that type of creative mindset, as you've probably experienced, Luntha, sometimes it's less productive. Sometimes it's harder to be consistent in what you're doing. And it's like you got a lot of ideas going on, or you sort of you're doing really interesting things, but you don't have your like life or your surroundings together. Whereas people who might have a little bit more like straightforward and less thoughtful beliefs, frankly, sometimes they have their habits a little bit more in order. And it's like, these are just personality differences. But I think the right has taken advantage of those personality differences a lot better than the left has. Fuck you, Milk. Semblance of a point, but life isn't a piece of paper. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's a logic there, and it's a very like straightforward, like ironically, like borders and distinctions between things is very important for people on the right. For example, the fact that there's a concrete distinction between man and woman is something that is just intuitive to a lot of people who lean right. Obviously, there's a distinction between those things, and the people who are trying to blur that distinction are wrong. But on the left, there's an understanding that these things are a spectrum. Not everybody fits neatly into one or the other category. And also, sometimes looking at life from a less strictly bordered perspective, it creates a better quality of life, and it allows for more diversity. So, you know, leaning towards that diversity is kind of a more left-wing creative thinking type of thought process, whereas the conservative ideas about gender and immigration, you know, people who are right-leaning lean in that direction because they're looking for straightforward answers. Yeah, I agree with that, Lunta. Lunta, it's an open-mindedness. Open-mindedness is a left-leaning trait. Creativity and open-mindedness are linked, and people who lean right tend to have less open-mindedness as a trait, and that's measurable. I don't know how much I want to talk about the Hassan thing. Somebody asked me a question a little while back. How to deal with self-righteous boomers over the holidays. I think the best thing you can do, Mr. Manifest, is take a position in the conversation that's a little unexpected. So I think a lot of times people get into these like locked in arguments with each other because you know where one side's coming from. The other side feels like they know where you're coming from. And so you're talking to each other's impression of each other. But if you try to think outside of that, try to think outside of what you would normally say to somebody like that, and try to inhabit their thought process a little bit more, and speak to them from that thought process. And you might not be able to make every point to them that you would want to make or change their mind totally, but you could possibly make a few points to them that they wouldn't expect, or that you could actually get them to see it a little differently. But you have to speak their language to them. You can't get them to understand what you're saying by saying it in a way that makes sense to you. You have to think about what makes sense to them. Have I had any workplace doinks? No, not exactly. The Hassan thing and the dog. I mean, the video definitely looked like he did that. I think at this point it's pretty conclusive that he doesn't have any type of shock collar, for two reasons. Ethan Klein bought the shock collar and tried it, and it didn't really do anything to him. And also there was another guy who tried to show that you can take the prongs off of the supposed shock collar and because people were saying that Hassan had taped that over. But when the guy took those prongs off, there are still prongs there. And there's no way you could just cover that up with tape. So at that point, it's like, I think it's pretty obvious that he does not have the collar people were accusing him of having. I think it's possible that there was some kind of vibration. It does look like he reached off the camera, hit a button, and the dog reacted to that. It does look like that. I don't think he's shocked. I don't think you can buy a shock collar that's gonna zap your dog. I think at worst, he might have hit the vibrate button and it scared the dog because Hassan was already admonishing the dog. And so it's possible that what we heard was like a yelp of like, you know, self-pity, you know what I mean? Like the dog being a little dramatic. And I think that's why Hassan reacted the way he did. I think he might have hit a button and made the collar vibrate. Maybe he didn't. The idea that he was reaching for Zins, I find a little dubious. But, you know, so maybe he lied about that. I hope he didn't. I don't know. But do I think he's abusing his dog? No. I think it's absurd to think he's abusing his dog. whether he's using a collar people don't like or not, the dog seems very well trained. And if you're gonna have a dog like that, you have to train it well. And the dog seems well trained, the dog seems well treated. I don't really see what else there is to talk about other than that. Is the moon landing real? Yes. Facts, Ryan. Thank you, Amira. Yeah, Mr. Manifest, if you just tell the boomers they're old, fugly, and got one foot in the grave so their takes don't matter to hotties like us, that'll probably secure your dominance in the debate. Granted, my mom's just conservative. Not living in America helped a lot with that. Do a lot of things she was against. How? So how? What exactly did you change her mind on? Yeah, we went to the movie of Hassan. No, it was Stavros's movie, Let's Start a Cult. We went to the premiere in LA. This was actually before me and Amira were dating, but we went together. And yeah, Hassan was there at the premiere and I saw him. And I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't really feel like I would have had anything to say. But that was before I started the podcast. If I had had the podcast going and I saw him, I definitely would have hollered at him about it. But Mr. Manifest, I did actually answer your question earlier that night. I don't know if you heard that. Yeah, it's definitely astroturfed. And even though I talked about the thing with Anna Kasparian where she did the weird, like, thing, the kind of Jewish merchant type of trope on young Turks, and it looked really weird. You know, something weird is that both that and the dog collar thing happened on October 7th. And they both became viral in this kind of, like, manufactured way. So it's not lost on me that might be some kind of, like, somebody might be, you know, keeping an eye on people like that and used October 7th as like a day to push propaganda against people that are like enemies of Israel. It's pretty insane that both the dog collar thing and Anna Kasparian doing that weird thing she did both happened on October 7th and went viral after. That's odd. So, Luntha, you're saying you convinced your mom by getting her to understand other people's life experiences on those issues? Explain the dog collar thing? What do you mean? I just did. I don't really want to get caught up talking about that. Oh, you mean what happened? Basically, there's a clip that really looks like Hassan, that looks like his dog got up from where it was sitting, and then Hassan kind of gets mad at the dog, and it looks like he reaches off, hits a button, and then the dog yelps like it's in pain. A lot of people thought that looked like he used a shock collar on the dog. Ever since then, there's been a lot of dispute about what collar is he using. Is he lying about what collar he's using? Blah, blah, blah. Seems pretty clear at this point that he's not lying. It's a collar that has a vibrate function. If you ask me, he hit the button and the collar vibrated and it scared the dog a little bit. And that's it. That's what seemed like. The idea that he like zapped his dog with electricity. I don't even think that you can get a dog collar that does that. And the people that have tried to prove the collar he has as a shock collar have proven themselves wrong. So, I mean, that's all there is to it. Gotta go, Tag. I'm not going to argue with you about this. A person tried to pull the prongs off. They bought the shock collar version and tried to unscrew the prongs and found that there are still prongs there. So Hassan could not have taped it over and hidden those prongs. It's not the collar they were saying it is. And the people who are pushing that are lying. Go look it up. Somebody tried to remove the prongs from that model that they're talking about, and there's still prongs there. You can't just tape it over. So I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I'm not arguing with you guys about that. $5.10 shade. I guess 5'10" isn't that bad. No hate to my 5'10" kings out there. Yeah, you know. Only because Republicans want to fill the balance while it's up 40 years. The electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, but our energy demand did not. As the least until refrigerator and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage rises in the sky, so we need more power. Infinite when it comes from solar. The beauty, is cutting it closer. Not oil and gases. Power's getting tested. Looking into a cave? Holly J, is that real? Did that really happen to you? Is the Earth's core hollow landscape? No, it's not. Wow, it is 4 a.m. Sacrifice? What, to the Illuminati? I'm not really on that shit. He was sacrificed. No, I think he was shot in the neck. Yeah, 5'10". What was the show that you auditioned for? And if you like singing, then fuck what they think. Keep doing it. The only answer is to just keep doing it. If you keep doing it, you'll keep getting better, and you can succeed at some point. It's not really up to you when you succeed, but you just got to keep doing it, no matter what anybody says. 2025 is the year of double down. Double down and never back down. Because Republicans want to fill them donors bones up 20 years. Electricity price down. You got in a fight with a crackhead? What'd you do? James, what'd you do? I'm leaving the left fatigue? What do you mean by that? You mean the leaving the left grift? 6'1" means a lot of things. What is that supposed to mean? He'll leave eventually, James. Sounds like you beat his ass. Or he beat your ass. Somebody's ass got beat. You should be protecting her older brother. The challenge is that she listens to posters more than she does to the professionals. That's the thing, is that like we gotta figure out the angles that can convince people on a very visceral level, and then like really fill the space with that. That's what the right has done, is they filled so much space that anybody like your mom who is susceptible to those type of narratives is going to stumble across it, and they're going to feel like, oh, this speaks to me more than what I'm seeing on the news, because it's targeted towards them. It's targeted towards their personality. It takes advantage of the fact that their personality is closed-minded and conscientious, skeptical, neurotic, untrustworthy of science, that sort of thing. Like that, the astroturfing deliberately takes advantage of that. And so we got to figure out how to counter that. Right-wing grifters, especially during this genocide. But you're saying the left fatigue? You're saying fatigue about the left phenomenon, or you're saying fatigue with the so-called left that causes people to leave the left? How gay am I on a scale of 1 to 20? 3.5. No, thank you, LaToya. Do you think Netanyahu's now going to give settlers in the West Bank carte blanche to go full Wild West? I don't know the answer to that. Sounds likely. Some people are pointing out that Trump is being more understanding towards Hamas than like any American leader we've seen in a long time. So that could go against what you're saying. If it can be framed that what you're talking about, landscape, with allowing West Bank settlers to do whatever they're gonna do, if it can be framed in such a way that that is a threat to Trump's peace deal, I think that he would possibly be forceful against it. But I don't know if it would be framed that way. Hi, Latoya Jackson. I recognize your name a little bit. No, maybe not. Seems familiar. Yes, simplifying is very important, and understanding what types of arguments convince them, rather than what type of arguments you find convincing or are scientifically conclusive. Think about the arguments that convince them and try to make those type of arguments to them. Yeah, Ryan DeLonge. So you're saying that's happening a lot right now? Who are examples of that? Who that's happening with? Because you mentioned like Zionist right wingers, and the only person who comes to mind doing the left grift right now would be Cenk and Anna, but they're pretty vociferously against Zionism. Is there other examples that you're thinking of? Trump good or bad for the Republicans in the long run? In the long run, I don't know. I mean, he has been unequivocally good for them. He's been very good for the Republicans and very bad for America. I don't know how else to put it. In the long run, I don't fucking know. He could turn America into a one-party Republican system, or he could completely ruin the Republican Party. A few years ago, I would have thought the Republican Party was at risk of being completely wiped off the political map. Now it looks more like the opposite. I have no idea. I truly don't. Yeah. Do I play any games? Not really. I'm not a big gamer. I like Pokemon. Yeah, I don't play many games other than that. I play Pokemon and I play pool on my phone. Do I do drugs? Yes. Nothing crazy though. Low-key gotta go to the bathroom, y'all. I'm gonna play some shit. I'm gonna play this for a minute and go. Be back.
Hey, it's Tish James. All I'm asking for is $5.
Tisha
Please
James.
donate.
They might have fucked around and made her a national political figure. I'll be back in a second, guys. Amira, just hang in for a second while I go to the bathroom for me.
So many steps, quiet as it's close kept. Desperate for any source of the nostalgia. Before the power it acquired took a nosedive. And the power we required became infinite. Had to up it till you slide like it's incept. And it's no coincidence that they've been slept. Quiet as a mouse, you can hear a pin dropped. Wake up and realize the earth been stopped. Now you busy and you looking for a pit stop. Had to let you off early at the hilltop. That'll cost a couple increments by this clock. I'll be counting up the cents on a smartwatch. The flavor of our technocracy is mid sauce. So numb that the irony of it gets lost. Go dumb till the dying republic kicks off. Technology probably win the coin toss. modified. Take a look at all the horror that we glorified. American experiment, the memes modified. Constant overwhelmed witness of war crimes. Processing living present through a genocide. Separating more bodies from more lives. The cognitive dissonance feel like apartheid. Constant flickering of conscience. Not enough to turn over the tables of the conscience lies. Prophesied, charlatans with a mouth as wide as the dark divide between the ignorance and the ignore. Probably why I find it hard to have faith in a God retired. And this kind of talk got me wired. And this kind of talk has gotten me fired. And this kind of walk got me farther than I thought it would. Walk beside every product of an offbeat mind. I put a lot of thought into the
I have returned.
just to see what it was spit out at the profit line. And the problem is lately it's a wildly line between whether the human hands beat the bottom line, whether their art matters if the artist dies. Took the blueprint apart and left the heart.
Ryan, I have no fucking idea. Somebody gave the take on Van Jones that he took the like sort of bourgeois, non-profit, like cozy life path, and because of that, it completely neutered his politics and essentially made him a mouthpiece of imperialism. So, I mean, that's the best assessment that I've seen. I honestly have no idea. I have no idea how you go from being a Maoist to what Van Jones is now. Just money, I guess. I think there's a risk that when you're a really good communicator and a good organizer, the state and the system are going to throw money at you to try to get you to work for their purposes. And when you refuse, that's when you become a target. When you agree, that you become a powerful media figure often. Does he glow? Yeah, although I don't know. I don't know if it's suffice to say mainstream media is CIA, but they definitely have their hands all over it. Probably both, Landscape. Yeah, stream pressure out on all platforms. Thank you, Amira. If you want to go to sleep soon, you can. I won't keep you on here, baby. Bye, Amira. Thank you. I love you, baby. When do I expect the deep state to finally come for me? I don't know. Probably soon. I think my latest song, Pressure, out now on all streaming platforms. It's probably the final straw. They're probably going to try to shut me down. So go stream it now if you want to support a real rebel going against the state. Fighting for your American rights. Is that 40 years? The electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew. Yeah, I know, right, Lunta? It's because I put this aside for like a couple weeks. I haven't touched it in a week or two, but I need to get this done. I'm fucking. This is part of a collaboration what I'm doing with somebody else, and I need to finish it up because he's probably mad at me. Building donuts while it's 40 years. Electricity prices drop. Efficiency group. But I am demanding that as a recent term is going to all of a sudden First Amendment auditors. What exactly are you referring to, Mr. Manifest?
all of a sudden, energy usage and the wattages in the sky, so we need more power. Usually coming from the solar, but a big Google bill is cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure, portable powers.
Just waiting for the Saudi royal family. My line is open. More power. You want to sell that too? All right. Well, when they hit me up, I'll take you with me. We'll go. We'll perform for the Crown Prince. It'll be a great time. I hear everything's cool over there. I hear they got a McDonald's over there, so everything's probably fine. And we'll just say what they want us to say, and then they'll give us money. It's pretty cool, honestly. Oh, YouTubers who record public employees at state offers and shit like that. I don't know. I don't really have any thoughts on that. I've heard of that.
Exposure, affordable powers getting shafted.
They have a cheesecake factory? I'm sold. I mean, what more do you need? What more could you want from this regime? They have a McDonald's and a cheesecake factory. What's the problem? Jamal who? Okay. Do you think biological warfare would lead to nuclear Armageddon? I mean, that's certainly one of the ways that the history books could be written. I have no idea. I don't think rap is dead. I think rap at the moment doesn't dominate in the mainstream because the mainstream propped up really repetitive forms of rap. And so the artists who are doing that are now falling out of favor with their audiences. But there's tons of super creative, super interesting hip hop. There's so much. There's so many cool fucking rappers. And I think probably now is a time of more innovation in the craft of hip hop than I've seen since maybe like 2000s underground era, you know, like Griselda really did a lot of incredible things when it comes to making a more underground sound, kind of reintroducing it to the mainstream. So I mean, there's tons of great stuff out there. You just gotta, you gotta have your ears to the streets a little bit. You gotta dig a little deeper, but there's probably more good rap music coming out now than ever. KOD versus Damn, no question. KOD is like not even in the same category in my opinion. Although I thought it was a decent album. Get back to rock and metal. Yeah, there's a lot of really great bands, and there's a lot of bands that are fusing punk and hip hop and rock and hip hop in ways that I feel like artists have been reaching for a long time but unable to achieve. But I mean, yeah, there's so much innovation happening in hip hop right now. You just honestly, Drax, I don't know how old you are, but you got to listen to younger people, and there's older people making great music too. But if you listen to some of the kids, not just kids who are making like, you know, run-of-the-mill music, but like younger artists who are kind of underground but have their own sound, they're doing some really, really cool things. Hell yeah, Peopled Infinite. I fucks with you. What's up, Dimpira? Stoner doom metal like Sleep. I don't really know Sleep. I remember I liked Wolf Mother. Wolf Mother's fucking sick. But now stoner metal isn't really my shit.
Because Republicans want to build them donors while it's up. 20 years. Electricity prices dropped 20 years. Just improved, but our energy demand did not. And it's at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky, so we need more power. Infinite, it comes from the solar, but a big beautiful bill. Then cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable power is getting shafted. Now your bill's about to go up. Call that the big beautiful bill.
The pod is almost daily. Like every day, every other day, I post like a 20-minute podcast. That's separate from the streams. The podcasts are a lot more thought out and deliberate. I take my time with them and like try to make it a very like hearty, you know, piece of content. I try to cite a lot of sources and stuff like that. So I do that about every other day, sometimes 2 or 3 in a row. So yeah, I drop about 5 podcast episodes a week is what I'm saying. And then I stream as much as I can. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast in Pura, and yeah, I started around 3 a.m. I don't always, it just depends on when I can find time. Great tune in the culture. It really seems like he's not really connecting anymore. I don't know, I disagree. It just depends on who you're listening to. Like, people like Smino. Hell yeah, People Infinite, I'd fuck with you. Good looking. Raised by Wolves? No. What is that? I know there's an artist I know of called Raised by Wolves. Chinese are genetically homogenous. Biowarfare is still part of the U.S. military doctrine. I'm not really sure what you're getting at, Ryan. But you're probably onto something. But yeah, I don't know. Listen to people, Ryan. No, not Ryan. Thrax. What I would say is like, it's these different communities and scenes. Like if you tap in with Smino, No Name, that's gonna lead you to different artists that are associated with them, and like that's how streaming platforms work. Is like when you're listening to something, you're gonna start seeing other artists that are associated with them. So just like dig into stuff like that. Whether it's like the smooth R&B type of shit that you like, if you like shit that's more gutter and more hood, go into like Griselda direction, I would recommend an artist named Al Divino, Al.Divino. He's fucking cool. Lungs and Thick make really cool music. Earl Sweatshirt is putting out some really interesting hip hop music. And if you start tapping in with that stuff on streaming platforms specifically, the algorithm's gonna keep serving you up stuff. And some of it is gonna be stuff that doesn't have big followings. But the fact that underground shit like that can reach you nowadays is why we're in some kind of golden age. Dana Dane, no. I wasn't huge on 80s hip-hop. 90s hip-hop is more my shit. Yeah, Thrax, nah. The God Fahim, great one. I love his stuff. Yeah, hood, gangster rap, it's taking a different form now. But what you're looking for is like Griselda, Benny the Butcher, fucking Conway the Machine. West Side Gun is one of the best out currently. I feel a little weird about him sometimes, but his music is undeniable. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Rock Marciano. You gotta listen to Rock Marciano. You gotta listen to Ka, rest in peace. Like those are the guys who are the voice of the streets nowadays. Anyone who does strictly instrumental hip-hop beats. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of artists like that. You mean you're looking for artists like that to listen to, Dimpira? I could probably give you some. Or are you, what exactly do you mean by that question? Yeah, like, I mean, well, so you're talking about currently. So like going back to like New Jabees and Jay Dilla isn't really what you're thinking. Um, who's doing instrumental stuff? Let me think. I mean, I have some instrumentals out that you might like. I guess off the top of my head, I don't know. What I do know is that there's thousands of artists doing instrumental hip hop. So I would say that there are lo-fi. If you find the right lo-fi streams and stuff, you can find really good artists through that. Some of the lo-fi stuff is kind of sanitized at this point. Plauto, I haven't heard of Plauto. But if you look for streams that have cited like who the artists are or who the producer is, you can find a lot of really good shit like that. I'm kind of blanking right now in terms of artists that do that, but I could think about it a little bit more. Atheist and Theist went into a war and made the planet unable to sustain life. Theist made a big spaceship to find another planet. Oh, that sounds interesting. Is it really well produced? Aggressive like PE beats from the 90s. People making stuff like that. It's definitely out there. Let me think. All this stuff is just a matter of just digging a little deeper, specifically on streaming platforms. Because if you do that, there's tons of artists. There's so many. Majority Report, Due Dissonance, RBN, Breaking Points, Post-duopoly. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, you nailed it. I've talked about TYT pretty often and how they're pivoting sort of to the right. I like Majority Report. Vanguard is okay. Due Dissidence, I don't really know. I don't know who RBN is. Breaking Points, I think, is all right. Jimmy Dore, I think, is insane. Post-duopoly, I can respect that. My favorite out of the ones you said are Majority Report. I also like Secular Talk. I think he does a great job. More metal now, to be fair. Yeah, just tap in. Just find an angle of like some music that you do like and start listening to that, and then just be open to what the algorithm shows you. Because if you spend your time listening to something, then the algorithm is naturally. That's one of the cool things about how these platforms work, is that if you're deliberate about what you listen to, then it'll keep showing you stuff like that. If you just listen to what it shows you, it's going to just show you the same shit over and over again. But if you dig a little further, you can really expand your music taste. Get into some beats. I'm trying to think of like where to get you started. So, I mean, Dempira, are you familiar with artists like New Jabees and Jay Dilla? Have you gone down those rabbit holes? That's where I would start if I was you. Because they made some of the best like instrumental hip hop ever made. That's cool, People at Infinite. I'm with that. That sounds really good. I think I am gonna watch that, Luntha. That's a good recommendation. Oh, okay. So yeah, start there. Start with New Jabees, Nujabees. I think I spelled that right. And Jay Dilla, Jdilla. Just look those two names up, and you'll have plenty to listen to for a while. And then New Jabees is gonna lead you to Fat John. Kanye's old instrumental work is excellent. Madlib's instrumental work is excellent. Even some of the new guys like Al Divino, like I mentioned, he puts out some interesting instrumentals. Yeah, that's your starting point. And like I said, if you start listening to stuff like that, the horizons are going to open instantly. The algorithm's instantly going to respond to that because there's so many people that love that music, and there's so many branches to go to from there. And I would also recommend MF Doom's instrumental series. MF Doom put out a lot of projects that were just instrumentals. Mozzarella or 30 Ways. Ziggy, I like your recommendations. I've never heard of these guys. Why is Tucker Carlson such a bootlicker? I don't know, but he's one of the only ones who's speaking out against, on the right, who's speaking out against what Trump is doing right now. So that's interesting. What genre of rap is popping right now? I think stuff that's in the middle ground between like pop, trap, rap. Yeah, Hit Boy. Hit Boy is an excellent recommendation. Hit Boy is a great rapper who also makes excellent beats. Those are a little bit more modern, but he's a master of all different kinds. Yeah, MF Doom is sick. He's one of the best rappers ever. So like a lot of his stuff is rap, a very unique style of rap. that I take a lot of influence from. But he also put out instrumental work that's like really excellent. He's a great producer, one of the best as well. Yeah, I'm out on all. No, I'm on all platforms. This is a song that I have out on all platforms right now. It's called Pressure. I'll play this real quick.
Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next?
But before that, to answer your question, Thrax, what genre of rap is popping? It's like the middle ground between like pop, trap, rap, and like indie rock and like punk, like we said, and sort of emo. There's a lot of middle ground there that people are starting to explore because of the production options that are available now. So that's that's like R&B mixed with sort of like guitars and bedroom pop type of sound. I think there's some really cool stuff in that genre, as well as just like underground shit, just raw ass underground shit. There's also a lane right now for what they call drumless beats, like beats that are just sample based and don't have a lot of drums in them. That if you're looking for like hard underground gangsta style shit that's like smooth and classy, yeah, look up like Griselda and Rock Marciano does a lot of drumless beats. Lungs and Fick are good for that. That's PHIIK, Lungs and Fick. That's a whole lane right now. Yeah, no name is sick. My rap name is Eb&Flow, EB and sign FLOW.
Next, I don't really know. Voice carries less. Can you
That's
hear me
that's the
now?
name of my
As soon as
channel.
I
If
get
you go to my
blessed, I don't
channel, you'll
turn
see the
down.
artist name.
Pressure getting pressed.
You
Pressure
might like it,
getting pressed.
Dapira.
Feel the pressure getting pressed.
Yeah, Larry June is sick.
Pressure, do you feel it now? I'm just saying, this is what I've been saying. Think of all the years these bricks been laying. Think of all the kids in the schools been slaying. Now it's not cool, politicians stay lying. Running around kowtowing to
No,
a
I don't
fake
know
time.
Barker.
Barely even trying
Maybe
to
I do
move on
actually.
when they say
I'm not
so.
big on
Eyes dying
EDM or
inside,
techno
just
or
stay
anything.
close. Trying to tell you what it is, but it ain't dope. It ain't dope, but the pay's so deep. Pressure so thick that you can't go sleep. Gotta stay working 8 days per week. Still steady looking for a vacancy. I need a vacation, maybe to a beach with a nice
Yeah, Lunta,
location.
have you explored that at all? Drumless beats, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the sort of underground lane.
Because I can't make my dreams up. About time I get the damn game straight for my damn name's sake. Everything wanna go to shit when I finally get my motherfucking pace up. Gotta face it. Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next? I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure, do you feel it now? Feel the pressure, I'm getting used to it. No point depressing, better put some use to it. Make a new mess and get screws loose to it. Let it get to me, let my mood move through it. So much hanging on my head, might lose it. Either break down or break it down to a two-step. Bring the price down on the crown, can't lose that. Couple points on the downslide and I'm in who's that? Loose lips, ain't shit, but the crew's on deck. No use, no splits, just lose on the bet. Tune a guitar, but who's on the fret? Things get worse than better, I guess. If they're doing better, then just tell them I'm best. If they don't like the message, I just said it in chat.
Dave East. I haven't listened to his catalog much, but I like him though. Not my favorite. And I think around the time that he was, I want to say he was doing something that had to do with Nas. Like Nas was like, took him under his wing. And I felt like he fell off at that point. But maybe I'm tripping. Not fell off, but he seemed to have lost momentum at a certain point. But maybe I just haven't kept up. Mix some of your new beats in my episodes or like EPs. Like different for different days or for the outros. Yeah, you got some good thinking there. My usually I use the beats for the podcast and kind of have it in the background. Then I try to like promote the music either at the end, and I got the one song at the beginning for the intro. So I hear you. Song 33. I like Dave East. I think he had that like sort of New York authenticity that was missing for a while. What do I think about when No Name dissed J. Cole? I think it was the other way around. I think she said something she tweeted something that J. Cole took personally. She said something about rappers who are millionaires and billionaires in capital letters. So she was clearly talking about like Dr. Dre and Jay-Z. But because she said millionaires, J. Cole seemed to take that personally, and he like wrote a track about it. I think J. Cole's track might have been better, but I think No Name was in the right, and her track was really good. What do I rap about? I rap about anything from like normal life shit to sort of like left-leaning politics, material conditions, or like I recently put out an EP called Dead Internet Theory that's about like how the internet has changed over the years and become a little bit more of like a scary thing. Or like this latest song I just put out called Pressure is more about like just the general pressure of the direction society's going and that sort of thing. So hell yeah, people. Thanks for tuning in, man. I fuck with you. Listen to gangster rap just because of resentment for how I came up. I can respect that, Thrax. All I know is there's tons of shit. If you don't like the gangster shit, there's stuff that's a little bit more lightweight than that. Smooth R&B style shit. Like I said, stuff that's mixed with like bedroom indie type of sounds. So there's plenty of stuff for you. Just start looking and digging in the directions you want to go, and you will find more stuff. Burner is underground and a billionaire. I'm interested. Are these MAGA rappers going to last? I don't know. I don't think they get enough pushback, honestly. Yeah, Mr. Manifest. I think you could. Chance the Rapper's good. I didn't listen to his most recent project, but people seem to like it. I've made a few love songs. I made one for Amira not that long ago called 2 a.m. I made another one for this girl named Rain a few years ago, Don't Tell Amira. I've always had a lover boy side to me that wants to write songs for girls. I'd like to make some kind of experimental psychedelic hip-hop beats. That's what I like to make. I like making weird-ass beats. I like rapping on beats with weird drums and shit that has kind of like a weird, eerie, psychedelic aspect of it. I remember that James Blake track. I do not like that Chance verse. I became familiar with him because of the acid rap tape. Legendary tape. Yeah, Flying Lotus is incredible. Dipura, that's also a great person to listen to for instrumental hip hop. Flying Lotus. That's a great place to start.
Next, I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? As soon as I get blessed, time's running out.
You're having a poo? I just had a poo a few minutes ago.
Feel the pressure getting pressed. Yeah. Pressure you feeling now. I'm just saying this is what I've been saying. Think of all the years these bricks been laying. Think of all the kids in school.
What do you mean by the Oscar Wilde of our time?
Stay lying. Running around kowtowing to a fake tyrant. Barely even trying to go along when they say so sweet. Eyes dying inside.
She might find out. She was in here earlier. She went to bed. We've all been pooped. We're pooping. We out here pooping and shit.
Still steady looking for a vacancy.
I need a vacation.
Maybe to a beach with a nice location. Air full of peace and my mind so vacant. Still can't account for the space that it takes up. In the brain cage wavelength weighing heavy cause I can't make my dreams up. About time I get the damn game straight for my damn namesake. Everything wanna go to shit when I finally get my motherfucking pace.
Finer Rich channel? What's that? Fiber Rich channel. That's true. That's true.
Next, I don't really know.
European? I'm a poopin'. So true. I'm gonna start saying that when people say they're European in the chat.
Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed.
Bear Witnesses? I've never heard of them. I have a song called Bear Witness. That's what I thought you were talking about when you said that.
Let it get to me, let my mood move through it. So much hanging on my head, might lose it. Either break down or break it down to a two-step.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's what Joe Rogan is hiding. That's insane, Luca. If Joe Rogan is hiding the fact that he's gay, he's doing a really good job of it, because I don't think very many people suspect that. Yeah, people do play that shit. I dissed him a few years back. I have a song called Rap Grifters. I wrote a song called Rap Grifters dissing Tom McDonald and Kanye West on the same song a few years ago. That was before Kanye did the whole anti-Semite thing. But I could just see at the time it was like kind of beyond the pale to put Tom McDonald and Kanye on the same song. It was like it was a crazy idea, but I could just see the writing on the wall. And then shortly after is when he went to anti-Semite town. So I've been talking about this shit. I think that generally hip hop culture has rejected them. I don't know if it's rejected them loudly enough. And I think that that's very important. I think punk music has done a good job of alienating the white supremacist aspects and people who gravitate to that within the genre. And I think hip hop needs to do the same thing. But I think there's a subconscious, an unspoken understanding that somebody like Tom McDonald is just whack as fuck. And so there's really not that much of a need to talk about him very much. He doesn't cross over in relevance much. But he has a big audience, and anyone who has a big audience that keeps showing up for them is not going to go anywhere, is what I've learned. Brother Ali, Ari the Rugged Man, hell yeah, those are two of my favorites, bro. Brother Ali is one of the few who takes a principled political stand these days. Yeah, Tom is atrocious. You should do the intro on his comedy album, I'm Gonna Be Dead Someday. What? So Joe Rogan is secretly gay? Is that where we're at with it? Because I'm down with that. Is that the talk? The talk of the town? Because the public ain't gonna fill them donors while it's up 40 years. The electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, but our energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and no wattage is in the sky. So we need more power. Infinite coming from the solar, but the big beautiful bill is cutting it closer. With oil and gas exposure, affordable bills get shafted. And now your bill's about to go up. Call it a big beautiful bill, and what? Big beautiful for us. Yes. It's not about being lighter on crime. It's about the systemic issues that go into it. The reason you got a lot of so-called ghettos in blue cities is both that's where black people went to avoid the persecution in red states and red cities, or rural cities and states. And also that's just where more people are, so you're gonna have more crime, plus you have more destitution because of inequality. So in a city like LA, you have one of the most richest cities in the world, and also some of the most poorest neighborhoods in the country in the same area. And that, I think, is what leads to crime, because you have people who are extremely poor and desperate, and then you have some people who are of means. You're gonna have desperate people who are doing whatever they can to pick off what they need or what they can sell from those people of means. And I think so it's not about being light on crime, it's about redistributive policies that can lift up impoverished neighborhoods. Harsh policing in jail is not the answer. Yeah. And there's a somewhat of a natural pattern to that, Thrax, but it's also because those black neighborhoods have been purposely cut off from economic circulation. So that's the pattern that has to be reversed in America. And if you focus on that instead of focusing on, you know, I think there's probably a decent amount of like having to deal with the issue of crime. But if you're aggressive about that, but you don't fix the root cause, you're just creating more problems down the line. That's exactly what Reagan did. That's exactly what Giuliani did. You're just creating a new version of the problem for somebody else who's not you to deal with. Ziggy, my artist name is Eb&Flow. EB and sign FLOW. You can, if you go to my channel, you'll see it. It's not Eb Knows Flows, that's just my tag. But if you go to my channel, that same name is my name on all streaming platforms. Hell yeah, Dimpy Row. Let me know how you're feeling those artists. I think you'll like them a lot.
Electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, but our energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky, but we need more power. Infinite coming in from solar, but the big beautiful bill cutting closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable power is getting shattered. Getting carded, now you're crowd is about to go up. Called it a big beautiful bill. I don't know exactly how I want to say that. See you, Slim. My artist name is Eb&Flow. EB and sign FLOW. Eb&Flow. Ziggy, it seems like you got really good taste in hip hop. You'll probably like my shit a lot. I hope you will. Dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, and our energy demand did not. That is amazing. Yeah, but Thrax, you're looking at it from a very surface level perspective, and you're not looking at what causes the crime in the first place, as well as what causes police to be so-called light on or tough on crime in the first place, and what that means. And so you have to ask yourself, not just how do you deal with someone who's criminal right now or does commit some crime. I agree that having an actual system for punishing people for crimes is important because it disincentivizes those crimes. But the problem is if you have a bunch of people who are disenfranchised enough that they're willing to take the risk of committing crimes in order to achieve something, right? Whether it's just some catharsis or making a better life for themselves, you're gonna keep running into the problem of having to be tough or light on that crime. And the more people that you have in those type of conditions, the harder it's going to be to create a system that can adequately punish is a harsh word, but can adequately punish people for the things that they do. And that's how you get a system that ends up being lighter on crime, because you have too many people who are getting arrested, too many people who are doing things like robbing stores, and it doesn't make sense to incarcerate all of them. So that's when you have to go a few layers deeper, and you have to solve the problems of why those people are in those desperate situations in the first place. That's a harder thing to do, but it comes down to
redistributive policies. When you have policies that concentrate the wealth at the top, all that money is coming out of the pockets of people who are poor. Everybody who's poor buys things on Amazon, goes to Walmart, goes to McDonald's. All that money is going up to the richest people who already have the most, and every scrap that someone who's poor gets goes upwards. So there have to be more systems so that more wealth exists lower on the totem pole, so that people can make a better life for themselves without crime. Most people committing crimes don't want to be criminals. They want some sense of peace for themselves. They want a sense of prosperity. They want to feel like they're rich, because the reality is a lot of people who are rich are just as much criminals as people on the street. They just are not exposed to the streets and the criminal justice system in the way that poor people are. What up, Mr. Possessive? Hell yeah, Ziggy. Hell yeah, Baden. Everybody here wants to be Ellen DeGeneres. What do you mean by that? Mr. Possessive, I'm just still writing to this damn beat. I'm trying to finish this fucking verse so I can turn it in. Higher income does mean wealth. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's not exactly the same thing, but you could say that those are the same exact thing. Higher income and wealth. There's like a little bit of a distinction, but not much. Yeah, it's just, I've just been struggling to finish this verse for a minute, and I'm starting to feel the pressure getting pressed. If the U.S. democracy fails in an authoritarian direction, U.S. will probably retain its global power status for a while, at least. If it goes towards civil war, then it'll be weakened on the world stage, would be my guess. Higher disposable income equals wealth. Yeah. Not many working. Yeah, and I get that, but a lot of these, what is that? That's people taking advantage of the system because those are the options that are available to them. And a lot of times those are people who see other people around them doing that sort of thing, and those are the people who are living decently well, and so they follow in those behaviors. So I'm in favor of more things like that being available for people, as well as more opportunity being available for people. Because I think most people, if they have the ability to pursue opportunities without going into debt or without doing things that are financially out of reach for them, they'll do it. But if you put someone in a situation where opportunity is out of reach, healthy food is out of reach, good healthcare is out of reach, but government programs or certain things so that they can live comfortably are within reach, yeah, they're going to get stuck in cycles of sort of like comfort food and stuff like that, because in a societal sense they don't have access to things that will actually improve their quality of life. Wealth is not a product of finance management. It's part of it, but that's delusional. Wealth is being transferred upward to a staggering degree. If you have to recognize that pattern, it's not a basis of individuals managing their money poorly. The system is set up so that your money will go to a few corporations and stay there, stay in the pockets of wealthy people. You will continue earning money and sending it upwards through your labor. So you keep a tiny, if you are good at managing money, you can make your wealth grow a little bit by doing that. But the rate that wealth will grow, money from you working, versus the rate that Elon Musk is earning money at because of the amount of investment that he has in other people's labor, it's just, there's no comparison. Real wealth comes from capital investment. It doesn't come from labor. But it should. Your labor, you should be able to get comfortably wealthy just from labor. And some people do. But society is stacked against that. Exactly. You need money to manage in the first place. You have to have access to money and economic resources. If you don't have access to economic resources, your money's just going to flow upwards. Because what else is it going to do? you don't have any way to keep it within your community, in circulation, in your own bank account. All of the gravity in our society sucks our money out of our pockets and upwards. When I fill them donors while it's up 40 years, electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, but our energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. So we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. Beautiful build and cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable power is getting cloud. Your pocket is about to... But why do people do that, Mr. Manifest? Is because that's the only thing that's available to them, especially the cars example. The only way somebody can get a nice car is to put themselves in debt, then that's what they're going to do. I wouldn't say it's unique to capitalism, but it does show that prosperity is possible. And it's cool that they did it selling solar panels. And I would say that's one of the positive aspects of America is the longer you're in America doing things, working, trying things, the more likely it is that your situation will improve. But at the same time, the chance that, you know, somebody up way higher than you can control is going to mismanage money that's not theirs and cause some economic crash that's going to wipe out your gains is always there. So it's a problem that some people in society just have more stake in society. And the people you grew up with, Thrax, you have less stake in society than you should. So it's not that it's impossible to improve your position. It's that it's way harder for people to do that than it should be because of the distribution of wealth. And for every homeboy that you have that has done well, think of all the people you grew up around that are either still in that situation, died early, slipped into some other kind of destitute situation because they just simply had no access. That's true, yeah. If you just move to, what is it, fucking, what's the country that we're, if you just move to Argentina, then you can just be capitalist, fuck up your own money and everyone else's money, and then the US will just give you money. That's cool. It's socialism for people who hate socialism. Perfect system. In capitalism, someone poor can easily become rich, but you need a foundation or an opportunity. If you don't have one, then you're done for. That's mostly true. But the capitalist logic we live under is based on scarcity. So one way or the other, you're always playing off of that scarcity if you're trying to put yourself in a better situation. And that is what I think doesn't have to be the case. We could all share in the wealth of this nation a lot better without this idea of being ultra wealthy. I think it's okay for some people to be very wealthy, but this idea, the amount of inequality and how much wealth people has, I think is the reason for such impoverished and destitute conditions. Yeah, I agree with you, Zhao. Is that how you say your name, Zhao? Yeah, all you gotta do is kill people exactly when they tell you to, Blandscape. And then yeah, they'll set you up for life. You just have to be ready to kill someone at a moment's notice and not ask any questions. And they'll hook you up. Hell yeah. 100% correct, Mr. Drosko. And that's the case with all of these programs. That's the case with Medicare, Social Security. I don't know if you can really game Social Security that much, but definitely Medicare. The fraud comes from the providers that benefit from Medicare funding, not individuals who are benefiting from the care. Socialist capitalism, I can pretty much agree with that. It's a nasal A. Jiao. I don't know, I'm probably gonna stop trying. Yeah, I kind of agree with socialist capitalism. It just depends on the balance to like of either one, because that could mean a lot of things. Do I have a job? Maybe. Not so much if you're in the Navy, but that's where the SEALs are at. Is that why they call them Navy SEALs? Because of actual SEALs? Yeah, but if you buy a nice car that you can't really afford, but it's some kind of like predatory loan system, who's really benefiting from that? The story doesn't stop at the fact that you have a car that you can't afford and you're in debt. You're in debt to somebody. And the whole point of that scheme is that by buying that car that you can't afford, you are indebting yourself to someone who's already much richer than you. And in some kind of perpetuity, the labor that you do, the money that you earn from that is going to go towards them. Everything is set up that way. So in a way, I agree with you that America that encourages people to spend their money poorly. But the reason is because that benefits people who are rich. It doesn't have to be set up that way. And it's not the fault of people who fall into those scams, although they shouldn't, and they should be educated against it. But part of the reason they're not educated against it is because people who control most of the wealth don't want people to be educated against that sort of thing. That people who, the very few people who are ultra rich in America do not want people to be financially literate. And they're lying to you when they pretend that they do. I do have a job. I just feel weird about it when people ask me too many questions about it. And plus, I think he was just being a dick. Facts, Mr. Jarsko. It's not about personal education, Mr. Manifest. Are you doing pro-Navy propaganda in my chat right now, Blandscape? That's true. A lot of misters in chat. Bit of a sausage fest in here. Republicans want to build them donors while it's up. 40 years. Electricity prices drop. Hey, bunnies, what's up? Mr. Eb. Mr. Eb is cool, man. You had to tell me what, Monies? I thought you went away. Republicans want to build on donors while it's up. 40 years. Electricity prices drop. 10 years. Hell yeah, bunnies, thank you. I just set up my playlist a little differently so that some of the songs I like more are at the top, but it still has everything in there. That's a take I've never heard before, Blandscape. Are you telling me that there are dudes in the Navy listening to my stream right now? cool with that, actually. If you're in the Navy and you're listening to this, you should crash the boat or something. I don't know. Facts. No. Fuck the Navy and the Army. Oh yeah. I'm glad, bunnies. That's what I'm saying. I made taro on you. Live, eat. Their Army? Alright. I won't hate too hard. Because I fucks with you bunnies. Mr. Possessive says if you're in the Navy, hit him up because he's into that sort of thing. And I think you're probably aiming in the right direction, Mr. Possessive. Yeah, I don't think anybody fucks with the Air Force. Is the Village People really MAGA? That sounds like a grift to me.
Electricity prices dropped. 10 years. Efficiency grew.
Mr. Possessive, I don't know if you're like, able to answer this question, but amongst people in the gay community and the queer community that like, although it's more in the gay community, that lean towards MAGA or support Trump or whatever, do you think it's starting to dawn on people, like hearing news that they might do something about gay marriage or conversion therapy? Is it starting to dawn on people that that was a mistake yet? Are they still in denial? Do you hear chatter about that? What's up, Dash? The pounds getting quiet. You're not coming out your pocket. One feature? You mean on my own stuff? Like a feature I'd like to get? I don't know, man. I really do want to work with Kendrick. Yeah, if there was like a mainstream artist I could pick to work with, it'd be Kendrick. On the underground tip, I want to work with Al Divino. I want to work with Lungs and Thick. I want to work with Smino. I wouldn't mind working with Earl Sweatshirt. I definitely want to work with Al Divino. He's one of my favorites. Hell yeah, Mr. Jorosco. Thanks for tapping in. Local community schools, and so they made them refugee shelters. I don't know if I buy that narrative, but I think the reality is you need both. You need schools and you need refugee shelters. I think usually when you're hearing a narrative about picking between one of those two things, it's probably propaganda, because the reality is you need both. Mr. Possessive, I can't answer. I do hear chatter amongst gay men. There tends to be this feeling of privilege. especially white mass gaze, and as one myself, I hate that. Yeah, I can see that. There's an attitude of feeling untouchable, but it's always said that they'll come for all of us eventually, and now it's starting to dawn on people that they weren't going to stop with trans rights. Right. And so I just wonder if people who may have advocated for Trump or voted for Trump loudly, I wonder if they're starting to realize the depth of the mistake, because some of these things that were deferred in terms of their urgency, like the idea that they might overturn gay marriage, are starting to be real possibilities. African rapper I listen to, I can't think of any off the top, but there's this co-op from Africa that's actually what I'm writing this song for, that wants to work with me. They do like visual arts, and I think they work with some artists out there, and they came up with this idea for like doing a song about energy prices and AI and stuff. So it's a collaboration project. That's why I'm really trying to get this finished and written, because they've been waiting on me for a while. Fetishization of conservative men. People have been more open about voting with a fantasy in mind, which probably wasn't. People have been more open about voting with a fantasy in mind. You mean in other words, they're voting for the like sort of sexualized archetype of the conservative man? That's crazy. I never thought about that. I can understand why they would sexualize conservative men, because so many conservative men are gay. So there's probably this pervasive thought that like somebody who is, like an attractive Republican candidate who's anti-gay either is secretly gay or can be flipped. And I could see how that is an enticing fantasy. I never thought about the idea of them voting for somebody because they're attracted to them. They find the fantasy of conservatives attractive. A Reese, I could check that out. Yeah, maybe that does tie in with the Joe Rogan thing. I got something new to think about with Joe Rogan. I never thought about that. I do think guys who tend to be super muscle obsessed is I don't know. It's kind of a suspect trait. Yeah, I think anybody can be devastatingly shallow. I think that is the downside of American privilege, is that if you get let into the club a little bit, it allows for this absolute hollow worldview. And you see that amongst all types of liberals, all across the racial spectrum, sexuality spectrum. You see people whose political views are just completely neutered by the fact that they got a little bit of access, a little bit of a seat at the table. And that I think that's paved the way for this recent wave of conservatism. Just trying to figure out how to tie the end of this verse together. It's almost done. That's interesting, Mr. Possessive. I think a lot of the demographics, the minority demographics that shifted toward Trump, even a little bit, namely Latinos and gay people, that's probably going to whip back in the opposite direction. It's so dumb that we have to go through this for people to see that. Like, why do you have to relearn this lesson for all of us? Why do we all have to go through this shit just so that you can learn in real time something that people were telling you? You ain't got the sauce, you're lost. But you can also be lost in the sauce. He was cooking when he said that. He was drunk as hell, but he was cooking. That's a Gucci Mane quote. King Los, I like King Los. I think he's one of the best rappers to ever do it. I think he got shafted by Diddy, no pun intended. And, you know, I don't know if he would have had a better career outside of that, because I don't know if there's anywhere else he could have gone that was like looking for a rapper like him. But I mean, he probably could be on Dreamville. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Los has ever been that good of a songwriter. His songwriting is lacking. I don't think he's ever put out a song that like really connects. But in terms of rapping, he is one of the best to ever do it. And I think that like there's no reason a guy like him couldn't be given the resources to become a better songwriter. And I can only blame Diddy for that. Did you send a link, Threx? Oh yeah, I don't see any link that you sent, Threx. Yeah, really narcissistic. People are really, really just focused on what they see right in front of them. It's very frustrating. That's another personality trait of conservative leaning people, is they tend to be focused on their immediate surroundings and their personal life experience and the way that they are comfortable rationalizing that, and they're usually not very good at thinking outside of that. And that's another thing that conservative propaganda takes advantage of. But that would be an example of a reason why people in different minority groups can fall into conservative thinking, because personality-wise, they have those traits just like anybody else can. So it's not always about like, just because you're gay, just because you're black, you're more likely to have life experiences that lead you to lean left, but it doesn't mean that you won't have personality traits that cause you to lean right, especially if you've lived a decently privileged life. Can you just tell me what that link is? What do you mean schools were open for refugees? You mean schools were used as a place where refugees could go? The idea that they're shutting down schools so that refugees can go there is just not true. I just don't buy this narrative that it's like, don't you see how that's like two necessary public goods that are being played off of each other in a way that's really just going to end up taking funding away from both of them? That's the type of narrative that is served by what you're saying. It doesn't seem like that's a real decision that any city should have to make. It seems more like it's being framed that way. You're correct, Mr. Possessive. More than just gay. That's interesting. Never quite thought about that either, but that makes sense. I think there's a lot of people out there who fall into minority groups who resent the idea that they are characterized that way, and they want to distance themselves from the fact that that does have an implication on your politics and things like that. And yeah, those people have really fucked us all. Actually, just tell me the name of the source and the name of the article.
This is a girl, but I recommended not as a decent
It sounds like cat to me, Thrax, but yeah, just tell me the name of the article and the source. News.w what? Temporary shelter for immigrants in shuttered Woodlawn School. So the thing about this Thrax that I'm seeing is, yeah, like you said, the school got shut down, and they decided to use the school to house refugees temporarily. I think that's a decently good plan. I recognize that they wanted the school to be open instead, and I think that is a thing that people should want. But again, I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think whatever caused the school to be shut down in the first place is the real problem. And something that you're probably not considering is that it's probably easier to use that building as a shelter for immigrants than it is to use it as a school. This is an immigration shelter temporarily for refugees. If the school is shuttered, then it's a good use of that space. And as far as the dispute that they did this without like the community approving, I mean, that's certain parts of the community, and those things tend to be whipped up. Like Chicago police officer Jennifer Maddox, who's running for office, is one of the people who's involved in this effort to protest bringing immigrants in. So that's the kind of political thing that I'm talking about. Is there an argument to be made on a local level that the school should be open instead, or that the school never should have been closed? That's the argument I would make, is that the school shouldn't have been closed in the first place. But since it was, you have to, first of all, you have to address the problems that caused the school to be closed, which I would have to look more into that, and whatever the funding issues are there. And the reality is that bringing immigrants into any given city is good for the economy. So that's probably why they're doing it. But yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of immigrant refugee shelters and public schools. It's really not that difficult. One way or the other. Whether you want either one or both, you have to fund it. There has to be tax money going into it. And the reason there's no school there is it was shut down because there wasn't enough money going into it. So that's the problem. But you need money for both. and they're probably able to have shelter immigrants for less money than they are to create a functional school. And that is a problem. But the problem is the funding that's going there. And, you know, if there's local disputes about how the funding is being allocated, that always comes up. But I just tend to be skeptical of right-wing narratives about this sort of thing. Playing these two things off of each other as though there can't be both, I think, is the mistake. They were closed, but communities have been asking to open them. And they still can be open, and I agree with that. But the reality is the reason they were closed is because of either the city not funding them or, you know, at some local level, it not being funded. So the problem is there. And this is my concern, is that right-wing and conservatives tend to focus on the immigrants and the immediacy of their busing immigrants into this shelter rather than opening the school. But the problem is, like, where's the policy to open the school in the first place? These same type of conservatives that are so anti-immigration are not pro-public education. So if we're talking pro-public education, that's funding from the city. You have to advocate for that. And it's one thing to say the people of this town want the schools open, and that they probably do. But the problem is that's not where resources are being sent. And I don't think that temporarily opening the doors to immigrants is necessarily the problem there. How do you fix right-leaning education? I don't know how you fix that. It all just comes down to the people in power. I don't know. That's a little in the weeds because there's so many different versions of that problem throughout the country. I think it all just comes back to better funding. If you have better funding, you have better pay for people, you're gonna have better people in those positions, you're gonna have better quality actual education and curriculum, and you're going to have people who care more, and that's going to naturally lead to better education systems and you know, more rigorous scrutiny of the facts. So, you know, at a glance, that's the best answer I can give. No, see, that is a right-wing sense. What you just said is a right-wing sense. To say that helping immigrants or opening the doors to refugees instead of helping the people of the community is the problem, that's a right-wing framing. I agree that they should be helping people of the community. But if that only becomes an issue once it's about bringing immigrants in, that's a more of a right-wing concern about immigration. And being able to incorporate immigrants into your city is good for the economy. That is helping the people locally. But you have to do both. You have to have schools and education for people who live there and who are born there, and you also have to have systems to integrate people into your society. It's not about choosing between one or the other. And the problem here is that there isn't enough funding for the school, and so that caused it to be essentially an empty building that was used for this refugee sheltering. And so there needs to be funding for both. The policy makes sense. It makes sense to use that as a refugee shelter if it's not being used for a school. And just because it's temporarily being used for that doesn't mean the school can't be reopened. And if that's really what people are advocating for, that's a separate issue from a refugee shelter. It's a culture war issue. To say, see, they're bringing in all these immigrants instead of helping the community, that's BS. First of all, it does help the community, and it's a matter of that money being allocated towards the schools in the first place, which is usually what the same anti-immigrant advocates are advocating against.
Honest, 40 years. The electricity crisis dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew and our energy demand and none. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattages in the sky. So we need more power, infinite coming in for the solar. With a big beautiful bill, been cutting it closer. With oil and gas exposure, affordable powers getting cloudy. Now the amount coming out your pocket about to triple. Call it a big beautiful.
Wait a second.
Because Republicans want to build a donor sponsor.
Maybe I could just end it. Yeah, I could split this into 2 verses.
Oh, yeah, I'm really feeling kind of stuck on this, but I'm going to try to finish it on stream, at least this verse.
See you, Zhao. Zhao? I don't know how to say it.
Exposure, avoidable power, getting cloudy. Now the amount coming out your pocket about to triple. Call it a big. Your pocket about to triple. Call it a big beautiful. Now the amount coming out your pocket about to spill. Call it a beautiful bill for real. You're not coming out your pocket about to spill. That's a big. You're not coming out your pocket about to spill. dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, but our energy demand did not. That's at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and a wattage in the sky. So we need more power. Everything coming in from the solar. With a big, beautiful bill, and cutting it closer. Oil and gas exposure. Affordable power feeding power.
Finally figuring this shit out.
Because of against my building bonus falls up. So electricity prices dropped. Efficiency grew. Our energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and wattage is in the sky. So we need more power. And coming in from the solar. With a big beautiful bill, then cutting it closer. With oil and gas exposure. Affordable power is getting cloud. Politicians stuff in their pockets. And their hell profits.
Bill Laswell? Nah, who's that?
You struggle to make it.
Yeah, and even the thing about giving healthcare to illegals is capped. Undocumented immigrants don't have access to Medicare. That sounds fire. Yeah, immigrants are a net positive. And again, it goes back to what we were talking about. We were talking about distribution of wealth, Thrax, and how that affects people's lives in the hood. So the way that connects to what you're talking about is not that we're giving money to refugees or immigrants and that's bad, because most of that money gets put back into the economy. The problem is that the school wasn't receiving enough funding in the first place because there wasn't enough tax money going to it, or it was poorly handled. That's the problem, is that schools, grocery stores, and other community centers in inner cities need to be better funded. And then you wouldn't have to have these disputes between a school and a refugee shelter. Those two things shouldn't be played off on each other. It's unnecessary. Yeah, probably landscape. But like I was saying before, Trump seems to actually be listening to Hamas a little bit. So if he feels that what Netanyahu's allowing people to do in the West Bank is a threat to his deal and his ability to take credit for this deal, then that could cause him to not allow it or speak against it. Whereas it's more in the American president tradition to just allow that to happen. And Trump probably will do the same thing and has done the same thing. But it seems like the best way to get good results with Trump is to play to his ego and allow him to take credit. So if that's where things are going, and the biggest threat to that deal is Israel and Netanyahu, then it's very possible that Trump will apply pressure. Interesting shapes. Yeah, it's very likely that Trump will apply pressure to that effect if he feels like it's a threat to his legacy in some way. But I wouldn't count on it.
Energy demanded not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. So we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. But the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer. With oil and gas exposure, affordable power's getting clouded. Politicians stuff in their pockets with the internet. Affordable powers getting clouded. Politicians stuff in their pockets with international profits. Now the amount coming out your wallet's about to spill. That's what the big and beautiful bill for real. And still. I don't think people are scamming Social Security, man. I think you're buying into a lot of right-wing narratives. Like, Doge went in to try to get rid of fraud and, that sort of thing in Social Security. They found almost none. They found some things that they could claim are waste. But even that, I mean, Social Security is a very efficient program, and there's not that many ways to game it. Just because people say that people do that doesn't mean it's true. There's no evidence for that. Yeah, I'll finish the song. It's been nice talking to you, Thrax. Hope you come back through. International profits. Investment in Murphy from the 100. All right, I'm gonna look it up now. I don't look like that. That's cap. I guess I kind of see it, but not really. Yeah, that's just straight up cap. The Social Security thing. I think he left though. Still, beautiful bill for real. Beautiful bills for real. All them prices are getting ill. Inflation is standing still. We started to make a meal. We don't know if we'll make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook. But
Yeah, I've never been told that I look like somebody with that face type. I sort of see it, but usually that's not the type of comparison I get. You're the one on the hook. You're the one on the hook still. You're the one on the hook still. You're the one on the hook still. You're the one that they can make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're on the one. A big and beautiful bill. We have to write about this bill. Can they make the same type of jokes after the recent controversy? My take on it is that they're going to continue doing what they've been doing. This will probably follow them for a little bit. But, you know, I don't think it's going to end their careers. I think people like to think that sort of thing. Like, oh, this is career ending. Credibility's in the toilet. And it's, like, kind of true. But I don't know. These guys just kind of, like, a lot of them have lost credibility for all sorts of reasons. But the reality is people are probably going to keep buying tickets, and so they're going to keep doing their shit, and eventually we're going to move on to other topics. So I think Bill Burr might change his tune a little bit. Dave Chappelle, I think, is usually drunk on stage, so I don't think much is going to change with him. Bill Burr seems to be the one who's actively engaging with the backlash here. So, I don't know. It might change the direction he goes a little bit, but career-wise, I think they're pretty much going to keep doing the same thing. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattages in the sky, so we need more power. Infinite coming in for the solar, with a big beautiful bill, then cutting it closer, with oil and gas exposure. Affordable powers getting clouded, politicians stuffing their pockets with international profits. Amount coming at you while it's about to spill. That's a big and beautiful bill. All them prices are getting ill. Innovation is standing still. You struggle to make a meal. Good off you'll make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real. Watch the numbers climb up while your candle light. Hell yeah, I think I fucking finally got this shit. You're cap rapping. Ain't no cap in my rap. What's coming up? Why you rapping? While it's up 40 years, the electricity prices dropped 40 years. Efficiency grew, and our energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattages in the sky, so we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar.
with a big beautiful bill. Been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable powers getting clowned. Politicians stuffing their pockets with international profits. Coming out your closet, don't spill. It's a big and beautiful bill. All the prices are getting real. Inflation is standing still. Make the plant. You know data centers will. Not real. Watch the numbers climbing up. While your candle is.
Deadbeat son is crazy.
Against what I feel them donors while it's up 40 years. Electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew and the energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of AI.
Yeah, he was just capping. Write a song about rhinos? Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, but our energy demand did not. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattages in the sky. You need more power. Coming in from the solar with a big beautiful bill. Been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable powers getting clouded. Politicians stuff on their pockets. International profits. Coming out your wallet's about to spill. Standing still. Make the mill. But you know data centers will. One on the hook. Real. Lost the numbers climbing up like candlelight and feel the chill.
Robots eat people. I mean, I can legitimately see myself writing a song about like species going extinct and using rhinos as an example. I don't really know enough about that, but it seems like it could be an interesting path to a song. What I'm doing right now is the reason this is about such a specific topic like energy prices, the big beautiful bill, and AI and stuff is because I'm working with a co-op in Africa that wants to make visuals. Actually, Shaves, what did you mean by that? Was that a joke? Hi, Bob Billy. I deleted you because I thought... I can't tell what you meant by that, but I'll give you another chance because you seemed like you were cool. But yeah, I'm trying to... basically, this is going to be like an explainer video. So we're going to do almost like PragerU, Gravel Institute style explainer videos, but with a rap that narrates it and like some animated visuals. So that's the project I'm working with them on. And we'll see how it comes out. So, you know, stuff about fucking rhinos or like really specific informative things. I'm going to try writing more stuff like that going forward. Yeah, Shaves, I misinterpreted what you said, but I caught myself. Sorry about that. All right, I'm going to fucking record this on stream, and then I'm going to get off stream. Used to do gay adult work? No, I didn't. What's his name? You forget. One of the hardcore conservative like he worked for PragerU, or he's like one of the people who did because they had a bunch of different conservative influencers that came on and like did an individual like explainer video. That was their model, is they would take like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, and have them do a PragerU video. So it was like one of those guys. Your energy bill is about to bump, only because Republicans want to fill them donors while it's up. I'm going to just go through this line by line. 40 years. Electricity prices dropped. 20 years. Efficiency grew, and our energy demand did not. That is at least until the convenient invention of... That is at least until the convenient invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. Oh, I want to say that better. That is at least until the convenient invention. That is at least until the convenient invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. I don't like the way I said that. That is at least until the recent invention of crypto and AI. Nope. That is at least until the convenient invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. But the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Corey DeAngelis. I don't remember him. Wait a second. I might have literally just seen something about him earlier today. That's so fucking funny. Because I work with somebody who, his name is Angelus, the guy who produced the tongue-in-cheek song. His name is Angelus. I was just with him earlier today. And he Googled himself. He was trying to find an old reel. And this fucking guy came up. I didn't know anything about him. But I saw the thing about how he's an advocate for school choice. And yeah, that's so fucking funny. I literally just randomly saw this dude for no reason earlier today. I guess he's in the news because of some controversy. I don't know, who really cares? But that just shows you how much these guys kind of dominate the the SEO and the algorithms and stuff. Because Corey was just searching for himself, and that dude came up, and that's the only reason. But that was literally earlier today. That's actually nuts. And also, I'm not surprised that dude's gay. Not at all. Is he openly gay, or is that what he got like canceled about? Is that why that's sort of in the ether right now? Yeah, Angelus is the man. Oil and gas exposure. Affordable power's getting clouded. Politicians stuck in their pockets. Affordable power's getting clouded. Politicians stuffing their pockets with international profits. With the international profits. Affordable power's getting clouded. Politicians stuffing their pockets with the international profits.
Now the amount coming out your wallet is about to spill. That's a big and beautiful bill. While them prices are getting ill, innovation is standing still. Hell yeah, Angel. Oh, interesting. So that must be why he came up. Is because that. So you heard about this recently? This thing about him being like an adult film star. That's what you said, right? He did like adult porn or like gay porn. Adult porn is hilarious. Interesting. Okay. It's funny that that's the most famous he's ever been. I guess that's how that kind of thing works. Now the amount coming out. Now the amount coming out your wallet is about to spill. That's a big and beautiful bill. While them prices are getting ill, innovation is standing still. Yeah, them prices are getting ill. Yeah, them prices are getting ill. Beautiful bill. Yeah, them prices are getting ill. And innovation standing still. While you struggle to make a meal, you don't know if you make a rent. You don't know if you'll make the rent. But you know data centers will. You know. While you struggle to make a meal, you don't know if you'll make the rent. But you know data centers will. You're the one on the... But you know data centers will. You're the one on the rent. But you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real. Watch them numbers climbing up by candlelight and feel the chill. Just remember who made the deal. While you're watching... Watch them candlelight. Just... Data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real. Watching them numbers climbing up by candlelight and feeling a chill. Just remember who made the deal. Yeah, Shaves, you're probably right. Your energy bill is about to bump. $40 years. 20 years. I wonder if I can find the type of sample I'm looking for. on to that until then.
Guys, am I crazy? Is there like a famous cartoon quote that says like more power? We need more power, or something like that, like some old ass cartoon? I can't find it right now. I feel like it's some like He-Man shit or something. Good morning, Boudica. More power. Where am I getting that from? Yes. You're so right. See if I can find it. It's harder to find this type of shit than I would have thought. Excuse me. It was He-Man? Why am I not able to find any of these quotes on here? Thank you, Mr. Possessive. I have the power. Okay, that might work. Let me look that up. But wait, isn't that like, I have the power? That's not so much.
By the power of Freestyle.
I think that works. I don't know why I was picturing like a villain. Like, we need more power. The Frankenstein thing sounds right, but I can't find that quote. Do you remember specifically what that's from, Shaves?
Electricity prices dropped 20 years. Efficiency grew, and our energy demand did not. That is at least until the convenient invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. But the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer. With oil and gas exposure, affordable power's getting clouded. Politicians stuffing their pockets with the international profits. Now the amount coming out your wallet is about to spill. That's a big and beautiful bill. Yeah, them prices are getting ill. And innovation standing still. While you struggle to make a meal, you don't know if you'll make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real. Watching them numbers climbing up by candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal.
I wish I couldn't hear the fucking rest of the music in there. Yeah, Frankenstein, It's Alive, I remember. Might be able to... Be kind of cool to have the He-Man part in there, but I don't think it would work. Damn it, I did the thing that I always do, and I forgot to put this on the right fucking... time signature. Let's see if that works.
Now we need more power. Infinite, now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar, but to be closer with oil and gas, need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar, but the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure.
Damn it, I don't know if this is gonna work.
Clouded. Politicians stuffing their pockets, but the international profits. Now the amount coming out your wallet is about to spill. That's the biggest. Just remember who made the deal. Just remember who made the deal. Just remember who made the deal.
It kind of works. It's not exactly what I pictured, but it'll work as a placeholder. I'm really just trying to get this done enough so that I can send it to this guy so that he knows that I'm still working on it. But this is pretty close to what I wanted, though.
The numbers climbing up by candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal.
Need more power. We need more power. More power. We need more power. More power. We need more power. More power. Need more power. More power. Thanks, Mr. Possessive. Yeah, it kind of works. All right, let me play this through for you guys. Then maybe I'll play the pressure song a couple more times, and then I'm out. Oh, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I know it's probably a little boring and weird just watching me like fiddle around making music. I'm trying to make the workflow, you know, more like stream friendly, but I appreciate you guys hanging out and helping out with the process.
Your energy bill is about to bump, only because Republicans want to fill them donors while it's up. 40 years, the electricity prices dropped. 20 years, efficiency grew, and our energy demand did not. That is at least until the convenient invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. Now we need more power, infinite coming in from the solar, but the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable powers getting clouded.
Oh yeah, Mr. Possessive, that's cool.
Stuff in their pockets, but the
I really like doing stuff on stream. It's a little distracting, but it's really fun.
Yeah, them prices are getting ill, and innovation standing still. While you struggle to make a meal, you don't know if you'll make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real. Watching them numbers climbing up by candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal. We need more power. power. We need more power. We need more power.
It's really cool that I'm able to do it. That I can like release stuff on YouTube and also get on here and record and stuff, and you guys will check it out. It's really cool. I like doing it. Alright, I think that's good for now. Yeah, it's one of those things that's kind of like in my head, but I don't know if that's a real quote. But I'll send it to him as is, and I'll see if he can think of what I'm thinking of. Maybe I'll do a little more research on it. We need more power. I'm like almost certain that that's from some cartoon at some point, but one more time.
Your energy bill is about to bump, only because Republicans want to fill them donors while it's up. 40 years, electricity prices dropped. 20 years, efficiency grew, and our energy demand did not. That is at least until the convenient invention of crypto and AI. All of a sudden, energy usage and the wattage is in the sky. Now we need more power, infinite coming in from the solar, but the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable power's getting clouded. Politicians stuffing their pockets with the international profits. Now the amount coming out your wallet is about to spill. That's a big and beautiful bill. Yeah, them prices are getting ill, and innovation standing still. While you struggle to make a meal, you don't know if you'll make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real, watching them numbers climbing up by candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal. We need more power.
Yeah, He-Man. I also saw Tim the Toolman Taylor. I don't think that's what I was looking for. Also, there was something from, I think Assassin's Creed that almost worked, but not quite.
And the wattage is in the sky. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar, but the big beautiful bill. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar, but the big more power. Infinite coming in from the sea, more power. Infinite coming in from the solar, but the big beautiful bill been cutting it closer with oil and gas exposure. Affordable power's getting clout.
Look that up. I kind of like it too, Mr. Possessive.
Scene, isn't it? It is. Spectators.
Yeah, I don't think it's in that scene. Wait. That was lucky it. What the fuck is this shit? That confirms that it's a Frankenstein quote, though. That was the weirdest possible thing to see that. The fuck? Frankenstein slots. All I'm seeing is stuff about Frankenstein slot machines. I've never seen that before. It's very bizarre. That low-key is the right sample, though. See if I can make it sound right. Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. Good job, Shaves. You low-key, you had it right. It's a little weird. I do feel like there is a more straightforward like version of that quote somewhere, but I don't know where it is.
Candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal. We need more power. We need more power. We need more power. More power. We need more power. We need more power. More power. We need more power.
That's actually kind of fire.
We need more power. We need more power. We need more power. More power. We need more power.
I could probably find a way to still use the He-Man sample, because I feel you. Only thing about that one is it's a little messier. This is a little closer to the vision than I had.
Just remember who made the deal. We need more power.
Just kind of fits the balance a little better, you know?
Power. We need more power. More power. We need more power. More power. We need more power. We need more power.
That's cool as fuck, what?
Feeling the chill. Just remember who
Hell
made the
yeah.
deal.
Hell yeah, Shaves. I'm glad I had you in the chat, man. It's so weird, the video I found this on.
Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the soul. Need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. With the big beautiful bill. Been cutting it closer. It's in the sky. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. With the big beautiful the sky. Now we need more power. Infinite. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. With the big beautiful bill. Been cutting it closer in the sky. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. With the big beautiful. Now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. But now we need more power. Infinite coming in from the solar. With the big beautiful bill. Been cutting it
Yeah,
closer.
I'm liking this.
Oil and gas exposure. Affordable powers getting clouded. politicians stuffing their pockets with the international profits. Now the amount coming out your wallet is about to spill. That's a big and beautiful bill. Yeah, them prices are getting ill, and innovation standing still. While you struggle to make a meal, you don't know if you'll make the rent, but you know data centers will. You're the one on the hook for real. Watching them numbers climbing up by candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal. We need more power. More power. We need more power. Candlelight and feeling the chill. Just remember who made the deal. We need more power.
Yeah, I'm fucking with that hook.
We need more power. We need more power.
Yeah, that's hard as hell. Alright, cool. Alright, let's play Pressure one or two more times and then I'm out. It's fucking 6:30 in the morning, y'all. What is bro doing?
Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next? I don't really know.
Thanks for hanging out with me for a while, guys. I appreciate you. Much love. Everybody go stream Pressure. We definitely love an all-nighter over here. That's how we live. Go stream Pressure on all streaming platforms. More music coming soon. All kinds of projects. Doing a lot of shit for real. I'll probably be back on live in the next couple of days. I'll drop a podcast tomorrow morning probably.
Trying to tell you what it is, but it ain't though. It ain't dope, but the pay so deep. Pressure so big that you can't go sleep. Gotta stay working 8 days per week. Still steady looking for a vacancy. I need a vacation, maybe to a beach with a nice location. Air full of peace and my mind so vacant. Still can't account for the space that it takes up.
Hell yeah, Mr. Possessive, it's always a pleasure. I appreciate you. I'm glad you had a good time. Thank you guys for watching me fiddle around with this music shit.
Get my motherfucking pace up, gotta face it. Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens
Always a
next?
pleasure doing some light debates with you guys in chat. It's always good to have you guys there.
Pressure getting pressed.
And it's just chill doing this. Talking to you guys, working on some shit, getting some shit done. It's dope. I like it.
Feel the pressure, I'm getting used to it. No point depressing, better put some use to it. Make a new mess and get screws loose to it. Let it get to me, let my mood move through it. So much hanging on my head, might lose it. Either break down or break it down to a two-step. Bring the price down on the crown, can't lose that. Couple points on the downslide and I'm in who's that? Loose lips, ain't shit, but the crew's on deck. No use, no splits, just lose on the bet. Tune-up guitar, but who's on the fret? Things get worse than better, I guess. If they're doing better, then just tell them I'm best. If they don't like the message, I just said it in jest. Under the umbrella, you gon' still get wet. Even under pressure, still said it with my chest. Pressure getting pressed, do you feel it now? What even happens next, I don't really know. Voice carries less, can you hear me now? Soon as I get blessed, time's running out. Pressure getting pressed. Pressure getting pressed. Feel the pressure getting pressed. Pressure, do you feel it now?
Alright, guys. Do I stream at night? Yeah, sometimes I try to do it during the day or like in the morning, but at night is usually when I have the time to. But I wanna start carving out more time to do streaming like for real, because I do like it. I also like doing my podcasts because they're very like I just take my time with it, and like I like doing the podcasts off stream so that I can really think shit out. But it's cool doing streaming, so I would like to. I gotta figure out what would be the best time during the day to do it, and then like really lock into that and see how that goes. But yeah, normally I'll hop on at like 11 p.m. my time, or maybe 3 a.m. my time, like I did tonight. It just depends. I'm kind of a night owl, so that's usually when I'm up fucking around. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna call it. Yeah, go stream Pressure and subscribe if you haven't, and I'll fucking see you guys back on here in the next couple days. And like I said, I'll have a pod for you and tomorrow morning for sure. Hell yeah, thank you Mr. Possessive, thank you Shaves, thank you everybody else who's lurking there in the chat. Go stream Pressure, go to my fucking channel and stream all my music. Check that shit out, go watch the visual for Pressure. Much love to you guys. Have a good night. See you soon.